All right. Live. Hello, friends. Here we are. Bear with me a moment as I check everything's working. It should be. Today, finally, I think, we've set it up so we won't have all these errors. And great news. Thanks to a recent pledge by Luke, we now have laptop money and everything. So we're back on board. Everything's working and we're going to start our lecture series tomorrow. Not tomorrow, next week. On how to discern the Holy Spirit. How to discern divine will. But look where we are. Finally, we are and have signal in the Blue Mountains proper. Here's the cliffs we missed all those times. Anyway. Sorry. You're all right. Don't worry. And so we begin our walk. We're going to walk along today all the different lookouts. And you should have a map there actually to see where we are. But if you look on Google Maps, you can find it as Katoomba. Next time we do this, we're going to have a zoom in map as well, so you can see where we are. But we've got a double. we have more equipment than we know what to do with now, in the sense that there's 2 mobile signals coming into this thing because of all the errors we've had. So this time we should be able to just keep going and keep going. But let's jump across and have a look on my old phone to make sure this is all working. All right. It looks like it's coming through, my friends. Perfect. Loving life. Hello, Scott. Hello, my friends. PC Doodle, loud and clear. Kings. Thank you, friends, for showing us it's working. And now, yes, the map's working. Everything's working. All right. Well, I'll leave this here for when to look at chats as we go on. We're not going to have the troubles this time, guys. I figured it out. I figured it out. Never again. Never again shall we be troubled by the evils. Technology. Frodo Baggins of the Shire. So do all who live to see such times, Frodo. It's not for them to decide what we have to do. Decide what to do with the time that is given to us. Oh, Rosetta. Okay, so off we go. We're going to just go to the Bitterroll then today in this stream. We're going to go for 5 hours. Our plan is to walk along, as you'll see on the little map. The south position of the map is where the mountains are that you just saw with the view. We're going to walk along this south position and the map will move as we go. We're going to walk along it for about an hour and a half. And then we're going to stop at somewhere so I can get a drink. But I'm going to bring up my computer to try a segment there. I'm going to do some reading on the redemption of thinking, written by Rudolf Steiner, which is a wonderful lecture series that he did on Thomas Aquinas. But also it's not so much about Thomas Aquinas, but how thinking emerges out of, it's a bit of a blind corner here. Let me just cross it and get run over. How thinking emerges. And I'll be checking chats, everyone. I've got the phone here. I'll pick it up and have a look, so feel free to send through what you like. And so Thomas Aquinas, about how thought emerges from Greek times, because that influences Thomas, Aristotle and Plato, and that tracks the emergence that Steiner well shows, but also how thinking is, in a sense, redeemed by the work that he does. Even though it's not perfect, thinking can be redeemed. But it maps the process, essentially, of the different influences and what gets in the way, essentially, with the relationship with Christ. But also, it's not just Aquinas. It maps where, you can see a bit in the mountains here. It maps Augustine as well, and shows the influences that, there's the Carrington Hotel up there, you can see from here. What influenced him, because as we know, I believe he was a Manichaeist before becoming a Platonist and then finding the truth in Christ. But it's about a transition period at that time between everything changed with Christ, between Christ and when he incarnated and redeemed the macrocosm. Everything changed. But still, of course, Christians transitioning in this time. There was development that had to happen to human consciousness, or the human logos. And that's what the tradition is. It was a growing into how do we become towards that state that St. Paul had. And there's so much truth to what St. Paul had, and I'm not sure people so much realize it, but it is something that can be this, when St. Paul talks about this primordial groaning. Not only is there a groaning of nature, or was it groaning for nature out for Christ, but he talks about the groaning that comes from the Holy Spirit. And that's true. It's felt as spiritual touch. Unutterable groaning, he describes. What does that mean, unutterable? Well, that means it's not utterable. It's not a herd hallucination or something. It's a inner spiritual groaning. It's not a heard thing, but it's felt, because that's what spiritual touch is. It has the immediacy of movement, gravity, you could say. But yes, it's something that is experienceable, and several people in the fellowship have had that. Of course, there's always a long way to go towards perfection, but that is something that can be experienced. It doesn't take that long. This whole process doesn't take that long. This process of at least getting to the point where you are noticing things and the transformations Christ is operating on you in this process. It's something we could discuss. I was looking over some notes on Providence. And I might do up this. The Keystone. I'm just going to put you guys here for a moment. Providence and the Keystone. And the prodigal son story, really. There we go. Should work pretty well. Look forward for a bit as we keep walking here. I wonder if hopefully that's not too shaky. But I can move this down. Might not shake as much. Providence and the Keystone. The keystone of an archway. We've talked about this once before, long ago. Long ago, we've talked about this in ancient times. No, we talked about this probably 4 months ago, 3 months ago, maybe 6 months ago. But it's a really important metaphor to understand how you can discover providence. First of all, you imagine yourself building an archway. You can probably see my hands here. An archway goes up like that, it comes like that. The keystone is the stone at the top of the archway. It has the shape of the archway as a whole. Now, when you build an archway has, you have the plan of the archway. You build towards the keystone itself. The keystone is in potentiality before you actually finish building the archway, right? It's this. So think about that as a metaphor for what a principle is. It's got the shape of the whole archway in it. It ends up being a physical keystone, but it's something everything is built towards. Now that keystone, now imagine that you've built the archway halfway. You're up to the halfway point. You have the rest of the archway to build. The rest of the archway to build. Now, see yourself as a half-built archway from the bottom, right? You're at halfway. Everything you're standing upon in the archway, this is you, your existential being. Everything you're standing upon that's been built so far is your past. Think about that. Just imagine the bricks as a past that you're standing on. That essence, it makes you what you are today. You've got these bricks, right? Now, you don't know what you're doing, do you? You don't know, you don't have, well, you do make plans, but they're based upon not a keystone, because you don't know what you're fully building when you start your life. So it's not based upon a keystone. What you do is you look to the structure under you, because remember, the now that's you is the midpoint on that archway. It's only half built. So you're halfway up. Everything beneath you is your past. You use calculation based on what's beneath you on that archway. You are this archway. You use calculation to decide what you're going to do as you're building in the future. You, in fact, place a principle based on the past, right? Now, that puts something, in a sense, that's false between you and the true keystone that we're going to get to. Now, also imagine that this archway you're stood upon that projects a goal, think of that like a keystone at the top to move towards. You don't know how to build, right? We don't know what we're doing in life. We do come up with plans, but it's all based on what worked in the past, and that never works. It's just chaining you to what has been. Now imagine this platform you're on, you're looking above is your future. You place goals in this future of what is to become. That's all gets in the way until you found Christ, because through that, this air that we're looking up towards, because we're at the midpoint of the archway, like I said, which is us. What's beneath us is your past that informs what you are. Now this air, think about this, is the unconscious. We're all so familiar with Jung. This is the unconscious, this air. Okay. And so the more that you pray and delve into that with withdrawal and these depth practices and deep prayer, establishing a prayer unceasingly, concentration without effort, plus prayer unceasingly, plus the Jesus prayer, for an hour every morning, you're looking deeper and deeper into that air, which is up, which is also your future. It happens to be true that top of the archway that you're looking towards is your future. Once you clear your goals that are of what has been and the will to power, actually is an existential availability of Christ, is that future. As you delve down, it's what you are to become towards him, to build the rest of the archway of your life. But making contact with him is making contact with the ideal keystone of temporality itself, not just one archway. Does that make sense? I hope it does. So you've got rid of your false keystones that rest at the top of the archway to disclose a relationship with through the air, right? You're a half-built archway, like I said, through the air into the unconscious to find Christ, who is the keystone, who sends intuitions of what to do. So you're not just doing it on your own low goals. But I'm just going to get a drink here and then we'll continue our rant. I'll just face this at me so it's not facing anyone. Hey mate, how you going? Just that, thanks. Thanks, man.
Yeah, of course. Do you want the ham and cheese croissants toast?
Cheers. All right. Drink secured. Victory. Ooh, all right. Where am I going to put this? I guess I can hold it. Maybe I can put it there for now. All right, here we are. It's a bit of view action here. Loving it. Let's continue. People walking their dogs. All right. Well, I can't leave that there. Let me just have a drink first, everyone. Stand by. Stand by. Maybe it'll fit in one of these. You're going to have to listen to a lot of my burps and such because the mic's right next to my, it's on my collar. So you'll just have to suffer that. Sorry, everyone. For my bowel movements, terribly unpolite. Yes, move that. Should probably have put test on this still because we still haven't proven that everything 100% works, but it does. I'm sure it does. The stuff I did at home. And we'll just put that in there. All there. Yeah, easily get out there. Alright, solution. There we go. Let's continue. Alright, paste. Off we go. Loving it. If I get run over on this road, tell my family I love them. It's not going to happen, it's all good. Oh, there's a bit there. We'll wait till the next lookout. So what was I saying? I was saying the Keystone. Return to the ground. Return to the Keystone. What else is that? Because we're talking about the Keystone. It's a metaphysical symbol. It's a sacred symbol of, when you just see it as the microcosm of a archway. Of course, we know we're building an archway, but it's still in the minor potentiality that is us. Yeah, inside, we're made in the image of God. And so the keystone of an archway, which is the top stone that holds it all, holds it up, which is in the future, is why it's trying to show. I'm trying to explain to you how it works temporally. So we know that, though. What we don't know is our own future. What we don't know is what's going to come to be. We try to wrestle the future, wrestle the divine, to force, again, human logos, the limited being that we are collectively, which is sinful and maintains this part illusion, tries to maintain itself as an organism. Civilization, its ground is will to power. But the truth, of course, is love at the ground of. And the macrocosm's redeemed, but collectively we're not. So we form a kind of collective knowing bubble, which is the Wilsamakt bubble, will to power bubble, which is the collective modern civilizational being that we are. And so that covers over the true future that is meant to become. The Lord will finds a way anyway, but we're sort of resisting, the devil and his agents, which people unknowingly are his agents. It's a nice little stream. Try to bring about their own machinations, and machination's the right word because Vil Zermacht, right? And so, if you can imagine that that's potentiality in you, for all of temporality, our friends, the cockatoos, for all of temporality is the Lord, his potentiality for everything. And so, but he's accessible though. He's accessible if you look to the ground of the psyche and do these practices. That's the whole point. The whole point of existence is theosis. The whole point of existence is to come back towards him, as the story of the prodigal son. That's there's a truth in life. One sign of valuation is original Noah of such point the whole knowing that we are starts to collapse. And so that's what people are experiencing. Even the will to power is not enough to keep. And so just getting me back is only getting at what price? Life at any cost? What does that mean? Life at any cost? This is still working. I'll check the chat. Life at any cost is the more of the big artist who gives a shit their kinds of life and acts. It's all sorts of troubling, arbitrary missions and influences in the world that are dark. And the Bible talks about this. Echo point, 40 minutes. Proverbs, I think, talks about the strange waters. There are two types of life friends. And derivative. Yes. Everyone? Do we we wheel everyone. Maybe we just yeah that's this other do.
I don't know.
Might be breaking up, so I may go back. Might be able to just go to the top again. Maybe it's back on the stream. Go back. Okay, it might be sort of starting to come good. Where are we? I think we'll just keep walking and it should get better signal as we go up. Wait, where's this going to take us though? This might take us a bit too far away. Sort of coming. I think I need to quickly reset it. Oh, we didn't say we were going to go this way, did we? Just terrible. Look at this. It's awful. I'll just damn. Ooh, might be coming good now. Soon. Okay, here we go. Oh, yeah, we just came out of a ravine, friends. Looks like we might be good, at least for a bit. All right. And of course, then you lose all. Well, there's still two people here. So multiple platforms. By the way, while you're there, search my name on Rumble because we're also streaming there. But I don't know how much you missed of what we were saying. But hopefully, it's looking good now. Hopefully, it's going to stay good from now on. We're going to keep walking. Try not to go down into any ravines. Okay. So, now, hopefully this doesn't break up here. Just want to be sure before I start going on another rant. It seems to be breaking up again, maybe. That's no good. Yeah, still struggling a little, it seems. At least it's not fully broken up, though. Okay, it's kind of come back a bit. Might be as we move around. Okay. What we've got to make sure is we don't go any more south. All right. That seems to be working now. For now. We did at least get to see some canyons this time. Oh fuck man, they've got an incredible view out that backyard. Boutique. Boutique! Okay. So what were we saying? Panorama Drive, do we risk walking down there? Because it's going to go underneath this hill. That's my only worry. Do we risk it? Oh, okay. There's some more views there, so we'll just walk down here a little bit. Maybe we might get lucky. Yes. And so what were we saying? And so that, we're talking about Providence. I'm not sure where it got cut off, but that Providence that we re-establish contact with is the prodigal son story. Yeah, it seems to be going okay, I think. Yeah, it seems to be going okay. Is the prodigal son story. Wow, look at that, hey? Just like we were out of signal, we were lost, and then we were found, and now we're back. You should be able to see that. Beautiful vista, and well, there's more to see. It's not it. But we were talking about the archway before. We were talking about how that relates to us being at the middle of the archway, and half of our archway is unbuilt. Say if you're middle-aged, it doesn't matter what part of life you're in. Your past is the half of the archway, halfway up, and the rest is unbuilt. The future, your future. And what you're standing on is your past. The prodigal son story, everything you built up until this point, when you don't have found Providence, is the wealth that the Father gave to you before you knew about it. That's just the energies of life. Yet you don't have the true second wine. You've got this first wine, which is based on the will to power, which is limited in its knowing. And of course, someone who, a saint, is still limited in his knowing. An initiate is still limited in his knowing. He just has the truth with him to ask. Things are granted dependent on what you're asking for, because it's a relationship. You don't suddenly become all-knowing as an immediate thing, no, the Lord is never your extension. But you can ask, and you have different faculties that allow you to ask. And it's a relationship, right? So, of course, the Lord protects you from things and helps you with things. That's the point. No, it's not the point, sorry. It's not the point to get stuff. And of course you get what you need, not what you want. But that's the prodigal son story. And we were talking about, so the stuff, if you compare the archway metaphor again with the first wine and the archway of your past that provokes you towards all your limited goals based on the will to power. The bottom of the archway is that, but it's also, like I said, what's provided by the father to the prodigal son. But you see in the prodigal son story the dangers of this stuff that's below the archway, because it goes beyond just your memory of your past. There's a whole past to the world that's always there, that's out of sight. The collective unconscious is that. It's what has been. It's always still exists. There's a memory to the world. It's not just a nowing. It's not just a happening of the now. There's a continuance, which is the unconscious, the collective unconscious, and it's beyond the personal unconscious, and we have access to that, or can have access to that. But of course, whilst it does have some good ethnic things of the past and things that should be remembered, there are good things to what has been. Because when Heidegger talks about what has been, it's not just the past, which is the low thing. It's what's of depth that has passed, that still retains worth, that still should be remembered, that still has power of the past. Should we go to Scenic World? I don't know. But nevertheless, a lot of it is related to the will to power. Hopefully this is still working. Getting better, very clear, excellent. Thank you. South Africa, no, it's Australia. Still working, everyone. Yeah, it looks good. Looks good. All right. Oh, maybe we will walk. No, we don't need to walk down there. Oh, maybe. Maybe we should. We'll give it a go. This is very touristy down here, this part. But we'll go. Hopefully it doesn't break up. There's a good view down here. What were we saying? Prodigal son. Yes, there are good things about it. The ethnic past, what was of worth of the past. But a lot of it is connected with the will to power, especially when it's related to when we're looking back to Greek times and pagan times. In the Faust story, in Goethe's Faust, it was all about that. It's the false life we've been talking about. That essence is from the first beginning, from Greek times, that first corrupt beginning before Christ intervenes, because Christ is the middle of time. And so you can cover yourself with all those classical dramas like Nietzsche did, looking for something to escape the dead propositional ideas. But you're going, like I've mentioned before, towards the first Adam, which is like a corrupted archetype. It isn't art. He isn't. It's collective humanity, if you want to think about it that way. An archetype, but a corrupted one. And so that has to be, and that happens in the Faust story. Faust over-identifies with the Greek times, looking for life, and it's a life that gets in the way. That's true. Like, say if you research deep into Greek thought and into their tragedies and dramas, and you're trying to fill yourself with them, looking for this, because you've got this deep longing like Nietzsche had, incredible longing. You're asking the right questions, but you're not coming up with the solutions. But this is also true of everyone just generally. We're born in, modernity still is kind of a push from that original Greek first beginning. Modernity is that. And so that has to still be dissolved. There's a whole second part of time still to go with Christ that we have to do in collaboration with him, because only the macrocosm's redeemed, right? And so you get lost in that first wine, like Faust did, like Nietzsche did. And what happens is, you know how in the prodigal son story, it says that he gets to the point of such deprivation. You should see some cliffs here. I'm not going to go all the way to the backside. We might get smashed by their mobile phone signals. Bit touristy as well. In the prodigal son story, pig feed. That's what happens from this first beginning, this first wine. You get attracted to pig feed, but you don't realize it. Think about where we are now with all the low lusts, the false way, the false truth, the false life. Those three things have one is the false life is the whore of Babylon. Uncontrolled low sex drive and lust. And the other, the false truth, is that it's arbitrary and it doesn't matter, that it's will to power. It's also the false way at the same time. I mean, the false truth is really Lucifer. It's that going after whatever makes you feel good, going after whatever gives you power as the truth. What Nietzsche discovered there was true. But that's what happens to the first son. And so when Nietzsche is asking these questions, he's right to ask them. It's just, where does he go? Does he go back to the father? Well, no, and the problem is with Nietzsche, he leans into the pig feed. He leans into the first beginning. And so what do? You don't know what to do. A lot of people get to this point in their life, whether it's middle age or not even middle age actually, it's just a point in your 30s, 20s, late 20s maybe, where you begin to recognize something's wrong here, this chasing of this thing. Some people just get flooded with, say if someone was ultra rich their whole life, the danger is that they're over provoked by that. Almost one of the worst things could happen is to be too wealthy, because you're never going to find Christ if it's hard to. Of course, he works miracles times with rich people, but overly rich, fed on too many berries, like a fat Napoleon, and so, yeah, sometimes most of the time that's bad. You see a lot of these people that blew up online, they're just chasing views, right? They're not after essence, they're not after truth. And they get what they want. But with that, I could do that. Chase views, chase the news cycle, do that. That's not hard. But it's not going to help anything. It's of that first wine. It's of that distraction. You're participating in that distraction. I suppose you can do that a little bit. You can do a little bit to draw people in, I suppose. Some figures do that. But I know I can see there's this deep yearning in some of these people that get stuck in that. There's a deep yearning because the Lord wants them to help, and it's their destiny. It's their providential future, let's say, because we've made a distinction between that word destiny and we use it differently. But it's their providential purpose to actually help others in theosis. And they just get wrapped up in earning money.
Then we're going to have to drive down.
But that's a danger, isn't it? It's all part of that pig feed. Really, if there's an opportunity to be able to take a year, you can still perform your duties mainly. In modernity, you should be able to have enough efficiency, and the people that watch this channel probably do. You should be able to, I don't know, if you have to move back with your parents, whatever it is, spend the time doing the depth practices while you can to get to the point where you can completely reorganize your life around him. Because you're trying to get out of this first wine, trying to get out of this first. We don't want to just go halfway. We want to go all the way back to the father in the prodigal son story. Not just halfway, not half measures. Or we need to be look what's happening. It's a disaster with AI and everything that's coming. Like, we can't fuck around anymore with half measures. We have to put the time in to actually make. Obviously, there's a limited amount you can do. It's effort and grace, but we have to make strides in theosis now, because things are gonna start moving fast, everyone. Really fast. And distractions getting greater and greater. If you have the opportunity, there's a subtle opportunity with the automation that's coming online where you can take the time to disclose the truth. And think about all the providential purpose there is going to be with the kind of dangers that are emerging too. Because the Lord's not blind to what's happening. But we also have to do our part to actually make it all the way back. And not just of the past though. Not just, but providential. The Holy Spirit has to work through us to enact new art, new sacred art, new ingressions, new new prayers, all sorts of things, right? The Holy Spirit to speak through us. Of course, a flourishing of tradition is what I mean, but not just the same thing. Providential, I mean in the sense of people writing new devotions, songs, new prayers, like saints, I suppose, do, right? Not, I don't mean progress I don't mean bloody progress as in progressive. I do not mean that. I mean flourishing of tradition, but flourishing of tradition does what Providence wants us to do as well, to answer the attacks that are made on us from the progressives, from the spirit of the times. But as a new thing, not a response to the spirit of the times. But I'll just check where we are and see. Hopefully this is still working. Yeah, it seems to be still working. What the hell are you talking about, DeWent? I had no choice. The incident ruined our relationship. I don't think I could have done anything different. I don't know, it seems like a bot or something. Anyway. Onward to find new lookouts. And we'll stop somewhere eventually and try a new segment we were talking about earlier. Okay. Onward we go. What were we saying? Yeah, pig feed. That's what we were talking about. And we were talking about at the first beginning. Pig feed. We were talking about oh yeah, I mean we're not messing about. We need to not be messing about. If we can, we should take the opportunity. But also, back to the prodigal son story. There's another part of that that's quite interesting. I think I've pretty much well explained what providence is. The question is, do people believe it? The question is, do they believe, yes, they know that Christ exists, but do they believe that he's right there at the ground of the psyche to make contact with and to, through our depth prayers and depth practices, to actually have to awaken faculties to have a living relationship with, not just emotively. I mean, divine emotiveness is part of it, but with spiritual, with intuition, inspiration, and imagination. Now, things are three different ways that contact is made. I've talked about what these things are before, of course, spiritual touch being, and these also align with YHVH. Oh, here's a lookout. But what's spiritual touch? That's the mystic ground. When someone says, when you're an actual mystic, and you really aren't a proper mystic unless you take Hermetic philosophy seriously, unless you also are putting efforts in to be exact about it. You need to be have the clarity of someone who is an academic for it, right? You have to be a Hermetic philosopher at the same time. It's at the same time a mystic, a Gnostic, and the miraculous element, and the philosophical. And they're the different layers. They are the roots of the trees, the mystic ground, which connects with the roots of the tree with spiritual touch, which is characterized by movement, has the immediacy of movement. And then there's spiritual hearing, which is connected with the knowing. It's at a distance. It's heard at a distance, or seen at a distance, or more heard actually rather than seen. Seen is really the miraculous sense, which is the sense of comprehensive vision that emerges from this in terms of what you see. Those are all secondary though to that, the roots of the tree. As I've talked about many times before, metaphysics, what philosophers do, is just the bark of the tree. It has no contact with the depths. It's just of the sense world. It didn't used to be though, because the Greek philosophers were at a time where they still had contact with the what's called atavistic clairvoyance, the rudimentary, poisoned chalice that was before Christ came, what the Pythias were involved with. And there's a very interesting story actually about, the point is, true mysticism is exact. It's not woolly, and it is philosophical at the same time. It's from the roots all the way up to the trunk of the tree, with those different senses I'm talking about. The metaphysician, the philosopher, quote unquote, really is kind of fake philosophy, really. In a sense, when it's just abstraction, it's just jugglery, it's intellectual jugglery. It doesn't mean you don't need to know that as a mystic and a traditionalist, a Christian mystic that is. Doesn't mean you don't need to know that way of thinking, you do. But if you just did that, you would just be at the jugglery of dead propositions and dead, with no life, with no contact with the ground of truth himself. And so what were the Greeks involved with? The Greeks were involved with, really you could say that because it was before Christ, it's an imperfect truth because it doesn't have the future. And I remember talking about that last time we were here. Just thought I'd give you another look at the cliffs there. But we can talk about the combat between that old pre-Christian clairvoyance, that old pre-Christian, some of these loose faculties that were available as the imagistic in dreams, that sort of low mysticism of pagan times. The Pythias and Sibyls of Greek times, sort of soothsayers that would receive dreams and such, right? What was it called in the what's that temple called? That temple, the Greek temple, where they would go to see and hear prophecy and ask questions. Not Apollo, it's forgotten. In a beautiful canyon at the top of a hill in a valley. I forgot what it's called. Point is though, the combat of these two things happened with Emperor in Rome, Emperor Maximus. This story, Constantine was approaching Rome with an army in this story. And they both had dreams. Both Maximus and Constantine had dreams as to what to do. Constantine being Christian, of course, right? Maximus had a dream that his army was 3 times the size of Constantine's. He had a dream told him to go outside the city walls and meet this army head on. And Constantine also had a dream that said, wield the banner of Christ and meet the army. And so they both followed the dream. And what happened? Maximus left the city walls of Rome and was completely crushed. And this speaks to the clash of old and new and the elements of that pagan clairvoyance, how they always were like that. They were always unreliable, treasonous, that would betray, because they have their own agendas, of course. They don't care about humanity. And so that was on show again. And of course, Christ was leading Constantine. And so a big turning point occurred in Christianity then with that. But it's interesting to see how those two things, this was after, of course, the incarnation. But yeah, people still looking back to the old Adam. You're looking back to a corrupted archetype. Because even though the old Adam as an archetype, if you think about Adam and Eve as archetypes, as an archetype of fallen way and fallen life, you could think about it like that, with who identified with or went with false truth, right? That's them going, collectively, we went with the serpent in doing that. We still suffer the ramifications of that, the effects of that primordial sin. The macrocosm of it, though, has been healed. So there is an archetype. Again, archetype is just a Platonistic-y word. There still is, but all angels are. True spirit is an archetype, but it's from the future. It's from potentiality of the ideal thought that God has for you, of what you're supposed to be and eventually become. And even though the macrocosm's healed, and now we have access to the true future, the true eternal, the place that we truly can now go when we die. Nevertheless, like I mentioned earlier, in this collective space that we are, still remains the contact with this fallen archetype, which is also connected with the will to power, which is also connected with it's seen in an imagistic form in the Fool card of the tarot. The Fool card is the wandering fool who doesn't have the holy soul or the world. The wandering fool is the prodigal son, basically. It's Adam. It's the first Adam. We are collectively that. But there is the dancing woman as well, which is like the whore of Babylon. There's two lives. There's two ways. The way of will to power and illusion, the way of the distraction, the way of the old Adam, grinding, evolutionary grinding, technology, limited knowing, experiment, rather than actually recontacting the Father, and he'll show you what to do. To have a direct, more intimate than anything can ever be, closer than you could ever get with any life partner. In terms of a direct, even sensory, closer than the sensory is the things that essence in the ground of the unconscious, is the faculties you can have access to. Intuition, the depth of the emotive, these things are closer than you can ever get in a sensory way, because the senses are surface. Even deeper than that, you can, when you awaken to these things, the Lord approaches you from within, you could say. The Spirit approaches you from within. And the senses that are transcendent, that awaken, are higher than the surface senses. They're closer and more intimate. And so, of course, life becomes powerfully more than it ever was before. Because what intuition is a union with something, essence to essence. And love is the only thing that works to do that. Because the ground and essence of your unconscious is love when you delve down there deep enough. And it's the only thing or faculty that's capable of actually meeting someone else essence to essence. And it's beneath the senses. It's faculties. Others, they're transcendent senses, and they're transcendent because you don't have access to them. Oh, cool. Signal seems to still be coming through. It's transcendent because you don't have access to them. Until you do, then they're not transcendent. They, of course, come from there. But you... And again, I know I have to say these things ad nauseum, but it's always collaboratively. It doesn't become... It might sometimes feel like But it's always only granted by Jesus. And what really happens, what are we talking about here, is that your will is aimed out. Most people's will, my will, still some of the time, our wills are aimed out in the world after themselves. They're after something in the world. What happens is the will withdraws from the things of the world. Through these depth practices, your will starts to withdraw because it's an active organ. It starts to withdraw from the things and aim somewhere else. And that will, the will is in the arms, the will is in the legs. When the arms and the legs are still, and you're looking to the depths of the unconscious in deep prayer, those wills that are tied up with the appendages move upward. Move to the trance. They become, instead of faculties for action, they become, we can't go any further here, they become senses. The will becomes a sense. And the sense and the input, I suppose you could say, or what comes from up from within. It's seen from within. Felt as movement. When I'm talking about spiritual touch, it's felt as the gravity, like another gravity, mainly behind the eyes, but it can be anywhere, but mainly behind the eyes. It has the immediacy of touch and felt as movement. Also what's called the fire of Emmaus, because it's when the apostles said, did our hearts not burn with the truth when he was with us on the road to Emmaus? It's spiritual touch. It's movement, but it's also movement in terms of emotiveness. So it's not just something on its own. It's a gravity with it, and you could call that intrinsic value as well if you're getting a bit philosophical. But I said on my Twitter, when I was talking about the approach of sacral worth, the approach of sacral being, the approach of the Lord, essence to essence, gravity, but in deep peace, in peace. Gravity, sacral worth, in peace. It must come with peace, as we've said before. If it doesn't, you have to be looking for that, searching for it. I mean, that's for another time when we do our lecture on next week on intuition and discernment. But the point is, we're talking about why is this relationship more greater than anything you have in the sense world? Because new senses come online that are far deeper and connect with people far deeper than any mortal relationship. Well, you can, if you had two people who go this far, you could have intuition with another person, essence to essence, through love, right? Agape though, not eros. You could have that. But you have to, of course, put the time in to do it. Such a thing's possible though. But it can only be done with the permission of the thing one seeks to have union with. So all these times, and if you're having, oh wow, all these times where you can just see the cliffs again there. All the times where, what was I saying? That's pretty anyway. Wow. Epic. Literally. Figuratively, literally, everything. Yeah, it has to happen with permission. And so that's why it's always collaborative. It doesn't happen by you penetrating of your own will on its own. Because it's about love. And it can't happen without love. If it's something that awakens, as we've talked about before, you can specialize in the first atom. When people talk about the lotus flowers. The Easterners have. They talk about the lotus flowers. They specialize in faculties of the old Adam. And so they gain arbitrary powers. But they're not talking to divine beings. They end up talking to demons. And so they're given half truths. There are truths in it. Sort of black esotericism and Eastern esotericism, both are Luciferic and satanic. The Western way is sort of satanic, the Eastern way is Luciferic. Being the escape to nirvana, to deny the first love, to deny the first mission. And that's what happens if you abandon conscience. If you just try to seek these, I saw some people meditating today, these Buddhism, teaching Buddhism. You have to deal with the fact that reality is moral. If you abandon that, you walk towards the zone of lies. You walk towards the zone of the false Holy Spirit. If you don't deal with your conscience, you don't deal with your sin and your karma by asking for forgiveness. And that the only way to do that is through the Son. You can't reach before him like a thief and a robber. It has to be with him. Or else there's no way to the Father otherwise. You can't have your sins forgiven unless it's through the Son. So there's no other way. When you go the other way, you will be relieved. You will be relieved either hegemonically as the will to power, and hegemonically the will to power sort of silences other thoughts that might haunt someone who loves power. Think about like a king might silence things with some sort of technical procedure. But it destroys and depersonalizes. And the Eastern way is the same, of course. So you get to dwell in a prenatal state, not a divine state, a prenatal state near the archetype of the old Adam, is a way of putting it. And that's without conscience. So you can have peace without dealing with your sin. But you don't have divine contact. And you don't have access to, access sounds like a very technical word. You don't have access to the beings of the hierarchies, just demons. And prenatal being, you could say. That's treating it well, I suppose, with humanistically at least. Just gonna get a drink here for a second. Oh, shit. Oops. We could stop there for a bit, maybe. Oh, wow.
그리고 이 탑을 팔라고 내놨었어. 근데
이 탑.
이게 그 식당도 있고 그런데 그때 너무 비싸가지고 그냥 보기는 봤어.
How many cameras are here?
Just one. Smile, you're live. Pretty nice. how many cameras are here? 어느 가신다. He's a racist. It's an accent, everyone, calm down. Oh. I like that army green colour. It'd be good to get one on a Defender. It was a big shame that they cancelled those old Defender shape. It's not the same without that, because it's magic. Love those Defenders. I'd love to get a Defender with soundproofing done on the interior, so it has the comfort of a Range Rover inside, and the air conditioning and all that of the Range Rover, but the look of the Defender, the exact look of the Defender on the outside. Yes, that's what we want. I'm not even sure where we are. Give me a moment, I've got to put this away now. All right. I'm going to see where we are. Then we're going to find somewhere to sit down and do the seated segment. The stream's going to go for another probably 3 hours. We're still sort of testing here. It's been pretty good, the signal though, so far. Let's just see where we are. Peng says a revival. Yes, that's definitely what I'm talking about. Not a charismatic one, though. We're talking about an essential one. We're talking about how many cameras? How many cameras are here? Yeah, they're your friends, Commander Radix, the Japanese. That's one of my some of my favourite people. They are Japanese. What else do we have here? I'm not an aggressive person. Had a home invasion today. I would not do anything different. I had a young daughter sleeping in the other room. I don't know what you're talking about, Derwent. I was found not guilty, self-defense. It sounds like you're a bot. I don't know why you're talking about this stuff. Still spent years in and out of court. It ruined my life. Your message is a good one. Thank you. God bless you. I don't know. It just sounds like a bot almost. I don't know why you're talking about that. Don't know why you're talking about that, old son. But I hope things work out well for you. Bless you. Oh, that's what I was going to check. Just let me check where we're going, where we are. Oh, yeah, I see. Okay, we'll go over to Lura. And then we'll just stop somewhere there. Oh yeah, we've still got time to go, lots of time to go. And we may have times of silence. You can just enjoy the view if you're there. You just put it on the background. Because, 5 hours is a lot of time to talk. Run out of stuff to talk about. And now, hopefully, it still looks like... Oh no, good. It is really annoying to have to reset the whole setup to get the colour to return. Why does it still do that? I have no idea. But let's continue our walk, friends. Feel free to send through chats and I'll check them periodically. There we are. This looks good over here though. How many camera? That's one thing characteristic of sometimes Japanese tourists. They've got their big Nikon camera, Nikon or Canon, being their techniques. Although it is interesting to see that this camera is Chinese. There's a Chinese brand that does those drones. They've pretty much taken over the Japanese there with quality of got some third person view going. You see that? Yes. There you go, eh? Beautiful. I'm glad we at least got to see some of these cliffs. Yeah. We completely missed them last time, so it's good to come back. Alright, onward. Well, maybe I should give you a bit longer to see if I just rush around. Kind of Grand Canyon-like. There are different parts of Australia that have more alpineness too, but it's a pretty flat country. It doesn't have very high mountains. There's an alpine region to the south, which we might go to, actually, and see if we can do some of these there. I sold my car long ago, so I have to buy a new car to do that one. There's no public transport there, unfortunately. Well, you probably could find a way there. It would take forever though. I'll buy a car for a new car. But yeah, on we go to Lura. Let me try to put you guys on front for a bit, and I'll check where we're going to end up. There we go. And I can check back later to see how shaky that is. Hopefully it looks very good. All right, off we go. Oh shit, we might lose signal down here, friends. See how we go. Seems to still be coming through for now. I don't like our chances. We'll see how we go. Let's check where we are. All right, I've got a ways to walk here. We're going down into a valley. So if I lose you, I'll see you on the other side. All right, oh, where's this going? Is that gonna? I don't know where that's going. Maybe I should take that one, I don't know. Circuit Lura Cascades. There's no footpath here, so I think I'll just try walking. Just depends where this catwalk goes. All right. There's no way we're not going to lose signal here. We'll see. We'll see. Oh wait, maybe we might. All right. Still seems to be working. I'll resume talking once we get. I've got some talking points and stuff we can go through. Just enjoy the view for now. Still working. Happy days. The kit works, friends. Finally. Finally. That's pretty. Building a little park. Oh, I see where it's taking us. Great. Okay. Ooh, no. What's that? Oh no, okay, we're still good. Okay, good. Yeah, it's nice, isn't it, Peng? Peng says beautiful spot. Yeah, hopefully it keeps up. Well, I've never been here before, so I'm discovering it just as you guys are. Tulura Cascades. So I'm assuming that's going to be waterfalls, my friends. And you know, you can Google where we are, but you've got a little map actually to point exactly where we are. But you'll be able to find that probably by looking at Google. I'm going to bring in a zoomed in map for future streams. Where pretty cool though, isn't it? This is I'm quite remote right now, yet it's got a clear signal on 2 different carriers, and you're all watching there. Oh wow, here we are. Here's some cascades here. Beautiful. Let's get a bit closer. It looks like people having a little romantic moment. Disturbed there. Disturbed there. A moment. Let's give them a minute. Greenwood in a greenwood. Very nice. Greenwood breaking fourth wall, looking into one's own stream. See, this is what I wanted. I wanted to have this work in an actual remote location in a beautiful spot of depth. I'm hoping in future that what I'd like to do is also have a Starlink, maybe have that with a car, and just to get to some of the locations that are worth going to that aren't just full with people. One thing that you realise in modernity, as you progress out of that first wine that we're talking about, is just the utter, or at least have a look at it while we get here, the utter disaster of how bad it is. And you don't realise it when you're in it. You don't realise truly how bad it is. The total unrecognised disaster that modernity is. Until you start to dissolve that first wine. Because why? Because it's about the tragedy of lost potential. Think about it. How many people sort of possessed by evil and not even recognizing it, thinking that that the ground of reality isn't just isn't moral. How many people are just possessed by the wrong things? But that's a tragedy, right? It's an utter tragedy. How many people, how many Christians are possessed by evangelism? Not evangelism, the evangelicals, the charismatic movement, the lost potential of a sort of Luciferic Christianity. That's why it's so dangerous. That's why the tradition's so important. Because you can be possessed on both fronts. But the tragedy of modernity is, one, it's that. Two, one, it's fake Christianity. Two, which has a surface reading of everything. Two, it's just the death or potential of what you could have been your whole life. And I saw a video recently of a young child kissing icons of Mary, kissing icons of Jesus, and that's how it's supposed to be. That's how we're supposed to raise our kids from the beginning. Of course, we have to teach them the laws of the ways of the serpent, the science and all these things, because these things rectify together. Anyway, the esotericism shows that. What Valentin Tomberg talks about shows that. But that's how it's supposed to be. But how many people are just lost and will continue to be? You know? Because it doesn't just happen for everyone. It's so easy to get stuck in. If you're not... The only reason it happened for me was because of the grace of God, for one. Really, it was a desire for truth, to find the ground of truth and reality, and whatever that may be. And a will for that, and luckily, he saved me and led me to the right things. But so many people I see are just lost, but they're missing out on the potential of what their ideal, the thought that God has had for them for all eternity, of what they're supposed to be. And what a tragedy that is. These people just live their whole lives, get drug addicted, alcohol addicted, get will to power addicted, get news cycle addicted, even just living the normal modern life that English, you could call it Anglo-Saxon modernity, has sort of made world, is a tragedy. Because the Son doesn't go back to the Father, because Jesus is the future, like I keep saying, it's an existential thing, it's a temporal, eternal and temporal thing, eternal and temporal thing. The eternal is the domain of the potentiality of the future. Just like you are a kind of seed yourself for a potential of what your small future could be. Maybe we should go down into the Cascades a bit further. I guess I'll see if I can walk down there. I don't know if it'll have signal, but yeah, an utter tragedy. Just looking around on Twitter. But you can't force them, can you? All you can do is just show how. All you can do is show how. You can't force them to do it. But just to look out from the perspective of it's a journey still. We're always still sinners, but there's certainly a progress in the development of the faculties, the development of the relationships and what's available, of what people could have but don't realise because they just won't or aren't willing to put the time in, or just don't trust that they should because they are still concerned too much with what their goals might be or what modernity could provide them. I guess we'll walk down. Maybe we should just keep going, I don't know, let me look. But yeah, that's the true tragedy of modernity is being on the other side of it. To awakening to a way of world presencing because of the will being turned into a sense, not just a way of, not just for action, but become a sense. To be on the other side of that other people could have that, and it doesn't take that long. That's the true tragedy of modernity, is that what it offers is garbage. But it's so easy to get distracted at the start. It's so easy to think that because you get worried. Oh, what do I do? Who's going to provide for me? Etc. The Lord will. He'll give you what you need. I think we'll just keep going on, my friends. We saw some cascade action there. That was quite nice. It might drop out in signal if we go too deep into the canyon. Oh, there's a cliff walk up here. Yeah, we'll just keep going down this cliff drive. Maybe we can come back to this joint. What was I saying? Yeah, it's certainly at the start. There is an element of, but well, how will I provide for myself? And the Lord says that the birds and the bees don't, I can't remember the exact quote, but the birds and the bees don't consider that. That doesn't mean to do nothing. That doesn't mean to, oh well, it is beautiful down there. Poo. Give you a look at least. Oops. Yeah, it's Lorenzo Sculpti, I think that's how you say his last name. He said, don't, and his book Unseen Warfare is edited by 2 Orthodox saints. He said, don't make plans. Why? Why would a saint, well, he's not a saint, but why would he say that? Because like we've been alluding to with everything we're talking about, a plan is, if you're on that archway again, a plan is a projection of the bottom of the archway. We're supposed to be living from the keystone at the top of the archway. Again, this is just a model of time. We're at the middle of the archway. We've only built half of it. We've only built half of our lives. But with our lives, we can't go and see. We can't have a complete plan for how things are. Only in a microcosm of building an archway do we know that there's a keystone we're building towards that's going to hold the whole thing up. And so, let's go to this Lura Park. It's just over here. Might as well have a look. Archway. I forgot where I was going with that. Sorry, everyone. Birds and the bees, he will provide for you. Archway. Yeah, the planning. Don't make a plan, because it's based on the past. It's based on what you're standing on the archway. You need your plans to come from the keystone of all the earth and all temporality. The point of potentiality, him, because remember the top of the archway is the future. When you're building an archway, you're building towards the future, so the keystone holds it up. You don't make plans until you've transformed. You don't make plans without him. That doesn't say you don't do anything, but it's when you are not in consultation with him, when you're not checking everything with him, discerning divine will, and in Unseen Warfare he talks about this too. When you're not discerning his divine will, you might make an arbitrary plan based on the past, rather than him who knows what's best for you. If you make arbitrary plans based on the past and your calculation and low temporality, which is relying on the serpent, if you do that, well, it's going to be difficult for him to provide for you, isn't it? And you'll be constantly worried about it, constantly trying to make calculations and projecting into the future rather than listening to him. This sounds strange to people in the modern mindset. We say, well, really? The future actually is Jesus? The future actually is someone we can communicate with and receive directions from? Yes, he is. It can become a mystic fact of experience. It doesn't mean I see the future, though that can happen sometimes. A dream could be sent to you or something could be sent to you. The deeper you get with these faculties, the more you can see where things are going or where destiny is pushing. That's true, but no, it comes from he who is. You consult with him, to begin with anyway. Because the idea is it moves from let's make sure it's still coming through here. It moves from a relationship that's parallel to a union. First, not even connected and only being communicated through dreams, but it becomes a parallel thing. Hello, doggies. And that's the whole point of moving towards perfection, right? Closer and closer relationship. And so that's why Lorenzo says don't make plans. Because you don't want to have this bottom of the archway constraining, controlling what you are going to do in the future. You want the guidance to come from the Lord. And how do you do that? Of course, you have to go through the whole process. You have to have mystic withdrawal. You have to, I hope this is still coming through. You have to, this is very damp. Do the practice for an hour a day. You have to establish a prayer unceasingly, the Jesus prayer, with attending the breath, which Saint, I think Hesychus, I can't remember, from the Filioquia, says, unite watchfulness and, what does he say? Unite watchfulness and the breath. Yeah, I think it's that. That's the quote. He says in the Philokalia, I can't remember how to say it. Unite watchfulness, which is, Generally, watchfulness can mean a general watchfulness, but that's attention. That's having attention to everything that happens. So it's saying, because this is from the 4th century, amazing. The church fathers, amazing. The Neptic fathers. I think Neptic's the word. Amazing, right? But also the way being present to them is very different. But you can see the meaning in there. Unite watchfulness with the breath. It means have attention. It says unite watchfulness and the breath and the name of Jesus. And so that's the Jesus prayer, attending the breathing, and allowing that to govern the speed of the Jesus prayer, automatic breath. And that establishes praying unceasingly in the unconscious that we're after. And from there, well, what does he say in that quote? He says, great mysteries or something like that. I can't remember the exact quote. Amazing. These stairs have seen better days, I tell you. It's basically puddles. Ooh. Okay. Getting to the top, friends. All that time on the Stairmaster's paying off. Woo. Okay. Praying unceasingly. So if you were walking upstairs like this, if you were, oh, does someone live here? Where are we? Anytime you have a spare moment, anytime. A lot of the time I would listen to podcasts, right? Oh, not podcasts, sorry, books. Books and lectures while I'm walking around. But if you do that, make sure that you turn them off for at least one portion of the day and walk and just do the Jesus prayer. Any spare moment, there's no reason just to let your mind wander. It's usually just the demons. It's usually the demons. I know that sounds strange to modernity, but this is how the monastics and church fathers understand it. It's usually just the demons. You never work. You think you work. I've said this before. You think you're working things out, but you're just stewing. Drop in. Becomes a very easy thing to do as well. Drop into the Jesus prayer and allow the automatic breath to govern. Beautiful spot. I survived a heart attack a year ago. It changed my perspective quite a bit, Peng says. Peng says, reminds me of a place I used to camp when I was young. Yeah, it's a nice spot, isn't it? I'm just very glad that you survived your heart attack, my friend. Bless you. Hopefully this is still coming through. Oh, it is. Excellent. Okay. What were we saying? The Jesus prayer. Let's tie up let me just chuck you guys on my shoulder for a second. Okay. Let's readjust everything. Okay. Tie this back around my waist. And I'll get a drink as well, I think. What were we saying? Yes, at any spare moment. If you're just walking, bring your attention to the movement of the diaphragm, which is breath, as this saint from the Philokalia, that's what he's talking about. Bring your attention, your concentration, your attention to just the automatic movement of the breath. Like, say you're walking like we are now. There's a speed, your breath is just going automatically. Bring your attention to the feeling of the diaphragm, the breath. Whatever part of the breathing, the belly breathing is available, just bring it there. And that's pretty. And as you're breathing in, Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, as you're breathing out, have mercy upon me, a sinner, and just do it in time with the breath. In and out, in and out. You're not controlling the breath. And just do that throughout the day. And that's what establishes a prayer unceasingly. Because you can't pray unceasingly aloud the whole day. But unconsciously you do. Once you do it enough. Once you've been doing it enough during the day. At any spare moment, do it. And you'll find eventually things happen. And what that does is what that leads to partly is it's like reconnecting the things that falsity has split apart. It's like reconnecting the parts of being in a way. But it's currents of the will, for one thing. It's reaching out to him with your will. It's expressing your desire. Of course, you should be praying for it. Pray for praying unceasingly. But what it really is the establishment of wings. And what are wings? They're currents of the will. And so what does it mean? Wings, or these currents of the will that we were talking about earlier, become senses. Something that was for action becomes contemplation, and because it's aimed upward on the vertical, not the horizontal. So this whole mission that we're on, doing this stuff, is about that. It's about moving from the horizontal, the aim of the will to power on the horizontal for the things of the world, the desires of modernity, and aiming them towards God. Aiming them and saying and praying for it, and praying, not my will, Lord, but your will. As we do in the Lord's Prayer. Because he has the ultimate ideal for you, the ultimate future for you, which comes from him. Which is ultimately union with him, who is the future. It's temporally strange, but it becomes clear. And so, yeah. We have to withdraw the will from the world. I don't know where this is going, actually. I'm not sure. I want to go back to the cliff edges and some lookouts, so I think we're going to go back down where we came. Or maybe we can cross over to this road somehow. There might be a way through, maybe. Oh, maybe I only have to go a little bit further up here and I can get through. Yeah, we'll do that. And it's hard to begin with because we're provoked by modernity. We're provoked by the things of the world because they're buried in our will. They're buried in our desires. It takes time to dissolve these things, and only with the Lord's help can you do it. Through these withdrawals in the morning where you do your concentration without effort and prayer. It's the only way. You have to consistently do it. And upwards towards an hour. But outside of that, you do these other things I talk about in the practices lecture. But the concentration without effort and prayer in the morning is key. It can't be done without that. It has to. Everything else is needed too, but it's just key for things to start awakening. And it doesn't take that long. You just got to listen to what the ancients are saying. Just to trust what people that have gone before you, that there's nothing more worth it if you can just put the time aside. It's difficult, I know, not to have. I still watch entertainments at night time, just silly, stupid things. Like sometimes game streams, whatever, just silly things. Things that won't provoke me, things that don't have like your sexual nature or whatever. stay away from all that. But you can find there's some content that you can watch, but could that time be better spent? I mean, I'm already praying a lot during the day, in the morning, and then halfway, and then at the end at sunset. But yes, that 3 hours at night could be better used. But yeah, it's just winding down time. But so it's hard, right? You have these times where you want to be entertained or whatnot, but you get used to it. The forces slowly develop. You can start small. You can will these things first, desire them first, and keep praying for them. And little by little, you'll get pulled, the will be pulled away from the things of the world that it's enslaved to. So you start small, just to get used to it. You say to yourself, I'm just going to do what Scott's saying, what the saints say. I'm going to do it. I'm just going to do it for 6 months and see what happens. Really say a year, but just going to do this for a year, 6 months. You can even just start with a month, and then once you get to the end of the month, just say more. Just going to try this for this amount of time. Habituate it. I mean, how many people are saying pray? You know, habituate it for half an hour in the morning. At least habituate that. And you can start very small, like I talk about. I've got a lecture that says, from how do I get out of the provoked modern state? It's got the smallest of practices to start with. You just habituate these things one at a time. But alongside that, what helps with that is praying to him. Pray to him for the will to do it. Pray to him for praying unceasingly. Pray for all these things that are supposed to be established. Also ask for and keep praying for. That's what I did. I prayed for the faculties. I prayed for purification, illumination, union. I always pray for that. I prayed for faith, hope, and charity and certainty. Or for the truth, the He who is truth. I always prayed for these things at the same time as the practice. This is not just a matter of practice. It's a matter of prayer as well for the thing itself, as it is also a matter of praying unceasingly with the Jesus prayer, but also the prayer to the Mother. So as I've talked about before, Saint Seraphim of Sarov talks about half the day and the night time you could do the Mother Mary, Mother of God, save us. Save us. That has the same beat as the Jesus prayer, which is good. I usually do that in the morning. I'll do the Lord's Prayer first as I'm doing concentration without effort. And then I'll do the Mary. I do that for a little while, and then I just go with the Jesus prayer. Most of the day I'm doing the Jesus prayer, but I always start with the Lord's Prayer a few times. And it is a constant contact. And of course, through concentration without effort, you make that connection of spiritual touch. It becomes something that's almost immediate. Like I said, these faculties are like a spectrum. They pull out towards you from the ground of potentiality. So the things start to happen sooner and sooner. It begins with, say, you might experience it at the very end of your hour practice. You very first start to experience it, spiritual touch, right? Or in the depths of it. Eventually, it becomes something that happens right at the beginning. And that's, as you go through this purification, illumination, union, things appear and then become sooner and sooner and sooner. One thing is the grace that enters the breathing. That's why you're also getting used to the passive-active state of observing the breath automatically moving and praying the Jesus prayer. It's sort of it's contact with the breath and Jesus. But eventually grace enters the breath and moves it and speeds it up and slows it down. So again, that's not your volition that's doing that. But with that, and that's a deeper level, an intermediate level, which really you have to be experiencing that to some regard before you're going to be able to start discerning the peace in when you ask questions of discerning divine will. It's difficult. But it becomes something you can do every time you ask a question, right? It becomes sooner and sooner and sooner. Spiritual touch is almost immediate when you start your concentration prayer. And then, here we go. And we'll walk down here. And the same thing with the grace and the breath. That's almost begins an immediate thing, which is related with inspiration. And to know more about that, I don't go into the full mystery of it, because it is a mystery, in the sense that some things shouldn't be fully explained, that it's between you and the Lord. But the hesychists, the saints of the Philokalia, I always don't even know how to pronounce that properly, talk about as much when they're talking about the breath. But it's something that happens sooner and sooner and sooner. Every new emergence of a faculty or a new part of your relationship with the divine, which is not just the regular experience of the modern. These are things that are awakened, which I've described in previous lectures. Everything starts off near the end of the practice, more or less, and then it begins to be something almost that's immediate, until eventually intuition is something that even interrupts your action. And that could be emotively, that could be even physically, sometimes bodily movements. But you're always checking these things with the epistemic principle. You're always verifying that it is the Lord, because it's not always the Lord. Say a miracle, or you think a miracle's occurred with birds or something. You're always checking these things. You're checking the faculty of intuition, but then you're also using the whole epistemic principle that I talk about in the lecture on that, which involves also the tradition, other people of health, saints, comparing it with that. So, yeah. It's something that takes time. You just got to have faith. And that's also related to having faith that he'll provide for you. It's difficult. You want to pursue the will to power. You want to, I'll just want to make these videos that get views so I can make money. Right? That's what's, modernity is so despicable in the way it provokes, and the way the algorithms as well, the way they draw you to be obedient to them. Because their value is set not with God, it's set with more, the will to more, how to extract the most attention. Yes. And so naturally, if you're operating in that sphere, all the levers are against you if you're trying to do something of depth. And I can see this. There's a lot of friends of the channel, other people that I've had dialogues with, that I know want to do depth type of content. And they've got big audiences. They've got big news audiences. They want to provide for their family, and they get stuck in this loop. They need to earn money for their family. God provides, though, even miraculously, if you center everything around him. That's why he says that the birds and bees aren't concerned. But only if you fully convert out of having this capital as your God, having this numbers and attention, even if you have to pay for your family, having these things as your God, and you will even do it unawares. Even if you are Christian, you can still be tied up in the will to power. So many are. And it's difficult because it takes time to disclose divine will, to know that you're following it, to be able to discern it. That's hard. So how do you know? And that's why I've been spending the last month preparing this lecture to show the next step in. Yes, the greatest gift is that, having access to intuition, to be able to ask, should I do this? Is this true? And of course, you always use the epistemic principle. I'm not going to go into the whole thing today, because that's for the lecture, but it becomes clear what everyone's talking about. It becomes clear what the saints are talking about. It becomes clear what unseen warfare is talking about. You just have to have enough time to do the proper withdrawal, to actually be able to be, every decision you make ends up being guided by and in collaboration with him, even though it won't look like, from the calculated perspective, whether you should do that or not. I'm just going to check the stream again, see if we're still running here. Yeah, it looks like it might be all right. Let's have a look. Yeah, it seems to be working. I'll just find out where we're going to go. I want to sit down somewhere. Is this enjoyable? Oh, there's 6 people watching. Is this enjoyable just to watch? It must be alright. Just having the background or something. Let me just... oops. Sorry, everyone. Just want to go to the map and just see. I want to go to another lookout and then we'll find somewhere. Oh, there's a pathway down there. I didn't realise. Okay. Now, it'd be nice if there was a restaurant to sit down in or something. Okay, we'll keep going. We'll go down this street. And there's some other lookouts down here. And then we'll find somewhere where we can... Maybe we might even go down to those gardens. There was that short video on... Let's see if there's signal down there. We have to find somewhere to stop though. Anyway, we'll just keep going. Might just have another bit of drink, if you don't mind. Everybody, let's add a bit more to drink. Pretty straight, no? This is Lura. We've come here before. It's next to Katoomba. Yeah. This moustache is coming out nice. Grow that shit longer. Till it's a King George V. Ah, that's good. What a beautiful wooded path. There are a lot of people leaving the United Kingdom. I think quite rightly. If someone's around 30, 40 years old, if they've got talent, they should probably look to maybe, well, I don't know, it's up to you guys, but prospects aren't looking good, friends. And there's probably a bit more time in Australia and America to do good. Although in a time of crisis, maybe Christ wants the best people there. Maybe if people go through this process, they'll find a really fruitful, providential purpose in the darkness that's coming. Because what the gifts of closeness with Christ far outweigh any low. And they have to be earned, of course. It's not like the charismatic movement. It has to be through this withdrawal. It has to be through the practices. You can't just... Like I saw the other day on a bus, this Christian, he was trying to convert these people, and he was almost in a rant. He was in a, speaking tongues rant, trying to keep these people attention so they would come with him to this church because he thought he had them, right? And I was getting an intuition about this, and I thought, this is Luciferic Christianity. It's not legitimate. Because where's the peace? If you're just being pushed by joy on its own, that's a sign of what I'm talking about. That's the charismatic revival that Seraphim Rose talks about. You have to be able to discern these things. They have to be earned. It's at the price of conscience and the time to withdraw. And people say, oh, I don't want to put that time in. I want to relax. I want to, live the good life. It's like the boomer response. The summer of love. That's what the summer of love was. That's why the Eastern way did so much damage and infected so much. Because it offered it away without conscience. But without conscience, it ended up in lies. This is a nice street. I hope it's still coming through. It is. Let's get past these people. So. And so, what are we talking about? Yes, those things lose their pull over here. Those things lose their pull. It seems at the start like, oh, I don't want to put that time away. Wow, some of these people have nice gardens, man. Look at this. It seems like I wouldn't mind living there. A lot of people, boomers, will retire up here. Living the good life. Wow, nice property. Looks like mid-century, I think. Yeah, the things like a nice house. There's provoking of modernity. Retirement money. Oh, I won't have enough money to retire. The Lord will provide. Even through you, the Lord will provide. It's not just a matter of you doing nothing, it's through you in collaboration with Him, asking Him what to do as well. But you have to go through the full, the conversion of the will to power first until you're properly revolving around Him. It's not only forgiveness, you have to actually fully withdraw from the first line. It's not just a matter of going through all the things of your past and asking for forgiveness for them. That's part of it. But you have to also make the sacrifice of the intellect. You have to make the sacrifice of the world and how it presences. Slowly, little by little, a little bit at a time. So yeah, it requires a lot. But it doesn't take that long. It doesn't take that long in terms of time until you, little by little, He leads you to it. If you're just willing to get those practice habituated and out of the way and have faith that the whole tradition and what the saints are saying is true. Put that hour in the morning in. Start with half an hour, habituated. Put that time in. Pray for it, because it has to come from Him as well. But again, it's not just a matter of reading the Bible. That's part of it. There's so many things a part of it, but I think a lot of people think that's enough. No. It's hesychism, it's theosis. There are other practices that are a bit more a mystery than just praying that are involved. This concentration without effort we're talking about, this praying unceasingly has to be established. That's truly the key. And I also break this down in a lecture I've got. Either go to my Twitter feed and click on highlights and you'll see all the lectures there, or go to the live view and scroll down to how to allow God to breathe in and with you, or the angeloi. That breaks down these two practices and how they're supposed to be united. And it's also broken down in another video called Concentration Without Effort, and another one called the live lecture on the practices of initiation. But just to get that down, the praying unceasingly is also in a book called The Way of the Pilgrim. And he talks about how he's learning from all these storetses, all these seers and sages of the Russian Orthodoxy, how to pray unceasingly. But it's this attending of the breath and allowing it to govern. And you can do it first, you can do it almost unceasingly by doing it in the mind all day. And that's what the pilgrim does in the way of the pilgrim. He walks and prays. But you can do it amongst the hell world. You can do it and withdraw amongst the hell world. If you're just willing, just listen. Be willing to put the time in. Hopefully some of these videos, these live lectures, these unknown friend IRL streams maybe give enough of an impulse for people to get started. And that's what I'm trying to do, to help you start. That's what all this is about. And so we go walking around to some beautiful spots in nature and talk about these things. And hopefully some of the spiritual impulse that the Lord has graced me maybe rubs in your direction a little, and you'll get started. And what I outline in those lectures. Really, that should be taught up front. It's difficult though, the praying unceasingly. That should be taught in catechism. That should be taught the first thing. Everyone should be pushing this all the time. I just don't think a lot of people know how to establish praying unceasingly. It's hard to know what the exact words, the ancient, well, I shouldn't call them ancients, the early monastics and the early church fathers is what they're talking about in the Philokalia, because the words, the way being present to them is different to us for one. So the words can be misinterpreted, of course, but I assure you, you should be able to draw a connection to what we just talked about. Combine watchfulness and the breath with the name of Jesus. Yes. Bring your attention to the breathing, automatic breathing of the diaphragm, and allow it to determine the speed of the Jesus prayer. And pray it in your mind. Pray it noetically as often as possible. I know I've said this already today. I'm going to say it again. Do it right now. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy upon me, a sinner. And even in the depth of the practice, that becomes, or can become, well, it can become a silence anyway, because you're experiencing the depth of the heart and love, as well as the gravity of sacral worth, the movement, the spiritual touch we're talking about, closer than any sensory closeness can be. That's a mystic prayer, where you don't even need to say anything anymore, or it can just be Jesus, 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 on its own. That's talked about in the same text. But it starts with the Jesus prayer. What a marvel, what a miraculous thing. Because that is a ingression of the Lord and the Holy Spirit after. That's how important tradition is, my friends. It came after Christ, like Paul's ingressions through him. But the Jesus prayer as a way came after. There's another prayer to add. Because Christ's work isn't finished, guys. It's not over. Didn't just happen historically. He's right around you now as the true future. A bubble surrounding your whole existential space that you are. You don't see it to begin with. You can be confused by fake Christianity. You can be confused by missteps, by the false Holy Spirit. That's true as well. Because the false Holy Spirit are closer to you than existentially than Christ is your ultimate essence. But on the way out, they're closer. That's why pagans get missteps. That's why people get lost in joy on its own. Because they want joy, not truth. You have to seek truth first as your goal. It has to always be in the background. I want he who's the truth. That's what I want. I want he who's truth, not joy. I don't want to feel better. You will. the greatest joys and peace. Of course, after you reach His truth, not the peace and the band-aid of the prenatal state that the Buddhists end up in, not the zone of the false Holy Spirit. That's the Luciferic, because Luciferic's all about that feeling. It's about feeling over truth. It's about arbitrary feeling over truth. So my friends, be careful at the same time. Be discerning. Start the Jesus prayer. Start the Jesus prayer today. No, but that's the thing, isn't it? It's not over. We all have a role to play. The true purpose of reality, of man, is theosis, but also it's to be the ingression in collaboration with Him. So theosis with something He wants you to do while you're here, because you're not here just... Because in theosis you become like Him. He came to save the whole world too. So you have... In theosis, naturally, a providential purpose is something that's granted to you to do. Again, your ideal, there's an ideal of you with Him that you are to become. Again, what a horror it is that people are just so far from even knowing about it. You know, none of my family are even religious. Yeah, it sucks. It sucks. But it's not even about that. It's about He is the essence of the psyche. And people just don't know. It's not just a historical figure, you know? The ground of reality, this modern world picture is just so terribly in the way. And it requires some esotericism to allow for the results of science to be accounted for as well. Not the scientific worldview, but the results of, you know, I don't deny the power of science. This is a lovely old house, isn't it? Yeah. Pretty. Slate roof. We like the old slate roof. Blue Mountain Security Network. Raggedy old fence. Nice. Nice house. Nice house. Don't be covetousness. Don't be coveting. No, just appreciating it's pretty, it's beauty. All right. Got another view here. Let's see, we'll have a look and see it's coming through. Providential purpose. That's what we were talking about. Look at that, eh? Not bad. Olympian rock. That was worth it, wasn't it, friends? Come on. Super. Super. Oops. There we are. Wow. Hopefully this is still coming through, friends. Let's have a look. Oh, the colour's gone again, has it? Ah, thank you. Let me just reset this. I don't know why the colour goes, guys. It just does. It shouldn't, because it's a new system now. Okay, how's that colour? That's better, I think. Yeah. Sorry about the colour going, everyone. All right. Chris Doak says, I enjoy the stream. Very enjoyable, Commander Radix says. I enjoy it, Scott. Chris Doak says, cheers from Canada. Hello, Chris. Good to see from you. Pseudoscientist lol. Not sure what you're lolling at, my friend. But yes, I was asking if people found it enjoyable just to watch this or have it on in the background. Because I'm not sure, right? I don't know if I go silent for a bit that it's something that people want to keep watching. But I think it's pretty good. It looks good anyway. It looks good from where I am. But here's another view. You can't see. Well, if you full screen that, it should look pretty good. But Commander Radix says, I've been reading through the book Orthodox Psychotherapy. It aligns so much with what you talk about. I saw that on your book list. It's really good to see that you're on Twitter. Commander Radix was posting about his books that he's been reading through. And that sounds like a really good one. You're right, these things, Commander Radix says, you're right, these things really should be explored more. Much of the Philokalia and the Neptic Fathers can be life-changing when understood properly. Yes. And when enacted and when done. You have to do it, right? But even Catechism doesn't, it's not talked about all the time, but it feels like it should be endlessly ad nauseum talked about. Should be the first thing taught. Do this. Unite the breath with the name of Jesus. Unite the breath, unite the breathing with watchfulness. Because people don't know what watchfulness means, of course. You go, well, what does that mean? You need to read the rest of the book to understand what the fathers are saying. Like, it's not just about a state of watchfulness, because it's about attention in general, right? What's attention? Paying attention, being careful. That's putting attention somewhere, placing attention on the breathing. So it's not just a general state, it's also can be concentration, as we know. And so I'm not going to walk down that pathway. Oh, maybe it actually goes to a cooler... Depends how bad the signal gets. Should we go further? I don't know, lots of stairs, maybe. If we're halfway up there, maybe we'll just keep walking. Walk down a little bit and see how bad it's going to be. I think we'll just keep walking. All right, gents and ladies, let's keep going. Okay. Onward to the next lookout. And then we'll stop somewhere and we'll try this next segment. Got some links to show. It's quite hard to find them. Although there is one, there's an Orthodox meme. Not that these accounts would like me much, but the Orthodox meme squad's got lots of good stuff. But so much of it is, a lot of it's almost will to power, you know. But sometimes they post beautiful images, which is, I'm a big fan of. Sometimes they post They post things of depth that are not the battle. They're not the war. Oh, this looks like a nice house, huh? Yeah, it would be nice to live on the old. Although it needs a paint job. It needs improvement. I like it though. It's a capital estate. Oh, it's quite a big estate actually.
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, that's great. No, I do love the dog.
Capital establishment. Yeah, that's not bad, huh? That's an ideal type of garden. Clearly that was built in late Victorian age. But look at the view that they've got. Perfect, really. Some boomer retired there, no doubt. Some boomer hoarding the wealth. Some boomer not giving anything to their kids until they die and then spending it all on some cruise or holiday, leaving nothing. Don't want to be too harsh. Just kidding, boomers, just kidding. Well, I mean, there's truth to it. There is some. My parents are not like that at all, though. My father, anyway. No, it's always very supportive with things. But some people have had that experience where there's just no desire from the boomer parents at all to leave anything. They just want to spend it all completely, even though the situation is much worse now than it was for them. I might go up here. Yeah. Okay. This is almost the better spot actually than Katoomba, Lura. It's got less tourists around. Again, I don't know if I want to walk all the way down, but maybe we will this time. Walk down. Let's walk down, friends. Might have to go quite a bit. Don't want to ruin the serenity for the others. But,
Oh, sorry.
sorry, no, you're right. You weren't holding me up. Ooh, look at this. As we emerge. Nice. Wow. Look at that, eh? New sandstone placed. That's worth it. Whoa. Wow. There it is, guys. I hope that's coming through. I'll definitely check. Make sure it is. Wow. That's what I'm talking about. This is all new too. Incredible. Oh, fear of heights, anyone? Wow. Check the rail, even though it looks solid as, you never know. Wow, look at that, gents. Beautiful. I hope that's coming through. wow, it's working. So glad it's coming through, everyone. Yeah, it's an incredible view, right, Chris? Josh Studebaker says, I was thinking about Providence on my walk by the Jordan River next to my apartment. Anyway, thought was that communal dancing and is a way to cultivate the object day of a gaze of entanglement with. I'm not sure what you mean there, Josh. Incredible view there. Wow. Got the place to ourselves too. I'll walk along to some of the others. This is a great spot. So glad I was able to bring you guys here. Incredible. In full HD too. Although there's the border, but still. There's a border around it, the Greenwood border, but it's pretty much HD. I reckon it would look pretty good if you expand it fully. Wow. Tell you what though, look how close it is to the edge. It's good that there's this incredibly strong. I would never come out this far if there wasn't this incredibly strong thing here. Yeah, let's, this is way better than where we were before. Incredible. Incredible, man. Incredible. Incredible.
Sounds like a terrible idea.
Oh, Daddy, I did that home. Remember that moonroof I found?
It's beautiful, isn't it? Oh, wow. Do we have faith in the steel of modernity and the steel of men as we walk across this canyon? Not much, honestly. Not much these days. I would walk across something like that without a second moment, but as we know, I think we're going to have to be less trusting. Depends how good AI is going to be as a replacement for competency, because as we know, the competency crisis is looming. And when you start hiring based on not on merit, then you end up with people building walkways that are insufficient, or people flying military aircraft into the back of planes, which we see happening. Oh, wow, look at this, friends. Incredible. Wow. Incredible. How's that look? Hey? You have to suffer me in the frame. Wow. The wide expanse of the Australian wilderness. Unconquered. Untamed until it was tamed by the Anglo-Saxon. An empty land turned into prosperity by providential design. Well, I don't know about that part, but probably. Hey, think about it. All these places we went, European friends. All these places we went. Well, we brought Christ. That's really the best purpose of it all. To people that didn't have the way. Of course, after he incarnated, we see him everywhere, helping. Ingressions happen. The Holy Spirit works. Despite after he incarnated, the Holy Spirit works anyway. But yeah, mate, you have to tell me more about that Orthodox therapy book, Radix. I might have a look at that. I did see it there. I did think it was interesting. Because there, you see when exorcists talk about, I guess we might continue on the road. Now we've seen how beautiful this is. But we see when exorcists talk about, that's psychological. You have to speak to a therapist about that. All that's spiritual. All that's psychological is, to a degree, is basically spiritual. It's all spiritual diseases. There's no... So the therapy process, of course, should be done by someone who understands the truth of Christianity, not by some shitlib, not by some Peterson. Of course, Peterson helped me, helped a lot of people, but it shouldn't be, you know, Jung on its own. It shouldn't be as important as things were discovered there. Those things are all spiritual, even though they're psychologically spiritual. It's kind of in the domain of demons, really. It's in the domain of what is half seen, the collective unconscious, what's probed in dreams. But he did experience a coming out of that. But you still did all that Jung was dealing with is in the unconscious is dealing with the zone of the Holy Spirit, which when it's benevolent, and the zone of the false Holy Spirit. And the thing about that is, oh, there's another path. We will just walk around, I think, then. This is way better than where we were. I don't know why anyone would go to the tourist spot. This is gorgeous. Sorry, you can look at it. I'll put you guys here. Piece of shit, sorry. Okay. What was I saying? Well, when Jung describes the numinosum, he's saying that what separates the experience of the unconscious is it's real insofar as it's a gravity, a felt numinosity. But that can be both. That numinosity can be the false Holy Spirit or the Holy Spirit. And Jung says that in saying that it's both benevolent and dangerous. You can interact with both places, either truth or not truth, but we have to make this distinction now is that false reaction divine. God. Yeah. And so, yes, they're real. It's felt when you've developed the faculties, when you've developed the faculties, right? These unconscious faculties. They're not felt as a subjective phenomena. It's not just a dream or an image. It has intrinsic power to it. It has effects on your being. It has a gravity. Like we were talking about spiritual touch before, right? Yeah, those things would be shocking if they're experienced in the wrong way. If they're not coming from. I mean, the realm and road is not all daffodils. You have to have discernment to know. It's not always the Lord, right? It's good to at least have experienced it's good to experience the other, because if you're not, then how do you know you're not being fooled, right? If you're not discerning and discovering the other at the same time. But the point is, right, the devil, the false Holy Spirit that you can experience as the unconscious, as Jung talks about when he's saying, oh, I'm going mad, I might be going mad, right? experiencing the numinosum that he describes in his text, which has a objective. It's experienced as an object, ingressing as, object means thing throwing here. An object ingressing, an object subjecting you. You can't stop it or get rid of it. Right? That's what it means to be subjected to. You're under its throw. It's not something that the will can just... It's not your appendage. And what does that make it? It makes it... It's not subjective anymore. It's not just something of your unconscious, personal unconscious. It's collective. It's... and what does that mean? It means it's real, right? But it's not true when it's the false Holy Spirit, when it's the devil. They still exist. They are in existence, but they don't have essence, right? They're not. It's not real. It's realized, because when you say something's real, it's realizing. It's expressing near you. It's realized. It's an object. It's something that's not just of you. It's not your own delusion. The devil, they can be sent from within through these faculties, but also with UFOs, for instance. That's just demons. When they appear, it's called an antediluvian object. It's a illusory object, but it's still real, isn't it? Like say you have radar reflects off something. It's still real, but it's not true. And so that's essentially the difference, and that you experience both. Just going to move on here. You can experience the true real, or something that's just realized and not true, and that's the false Holy Spirit. That's the devil. All right. Well, I think we've gone about as far as we should. And we'll just walk back now and go back to the roads, and we'll find some more lookouts. There's some more lookouts a bit further down. I'm not going to go down here. It's as beautiful as it is. Beautiful sandstone steps. I'll just see this is still coming through. Should be. Well, they have little birdies. Don't know if you can see that. Probably not. Okay, Commander Radix, let me just make sure. I'm going to read some chats and make sure it's still coming through. Seems to be. Yep, still looks good. Or is it? Yeah. Doesn't look super high res, but it looks okay. Alright, put you over there. Oh, it's pretty. Radix says, friend of the channel, Radix, the book points out, okay, hang on, we've got to go back a bit. The book has, Commander Radix says of this Orthodox prayer book, the book has ups and downs, the writer repeats himself constantly and is not so concise, but sometimes repetition's good. Sometimes things have to be really hit home. That's why I'm always talking about, again, the praying unceasingly. I have to repeat it again and again and again, just like I have to repeat the points about discernment, talking about the false Holy Spirit, just like I have to repeat endlessly the technicalizing point. It's not under our will, it's collaborative again and again and again, because the whole of modernity is designed to try technicalize things, as is Eastern spirituality, and that's just not how reality is. It's a living relationship with the Lord. But every word we use, every proposition, tends towards this technicalization, so I have to keep changing the point. But anyway, Commander Radix goes on. The book has ups and downs, but certainly has it's helpful to see everything laid out. Parts of the soul, the nous, the spirit, all that. It reads almost like an anatomy of the soul and what should be done for healing. A lot of quotes from scripture and the Philokalia. Yeah, man, my latest lecture is quoting from that a lot, and that's important. Because, I mean, that's the text. Hesychism is the way. Theosis, hesychism, initiation. Everything I talk about is hesychism. It's the same thing. Slight differences, but basically it's really they're dealing with the same thing. Oh, wait, we can get a bit higher here. Maybe we should go on. No, we'll just keep walking along here. Go back to where we were. Let's keep reading. Oh, losing signal? Okay, I'll go back. Peng says losing signal. The book points out that the greatest blind spot of modern psychotherapy is the inability to cleanse the nous due to its rejection of it. Oh yeah, it's rejection of the ground, really. You can't cleanse. You can only go so far in psychotherapy. It just ends up being demonology. You can only fix yourself so much from your side with tricks. Yes, you with relationship with it, with these faculties I talk about. Realized existentially. Not, yeah. Across the different faculties we've been talking about. Spiritual touch, spiritual movement, spiritual hearing. The hearing comes a bit later. It's the most meaningful, the deepest actually, the mystic touch that comes before the speaking. But the speaking, it's never on your whim either. Again, it's collaborative. And the trouble with psychotherapy is you're trying to, again, do it will to power wise. You're trying to, like cognitive behavioral therapy, big problem with that. Because therapy can't heal your sin. You can only do it by stopping sinning, but only the Lord can heal these things at the depths of your psyche. He's at the very essence of it, the very bottom. But further up are your karma and conscience that have to be dealt with, your older brother. Think about him like an archangel. To have the right to go further in the spirit, you have to forgive all. You have to do all this stuff we're talking about, but mostly it all has to be done. But you have to be allowed to go further. Meet the justice scales, like that card of the tarot. He's your older brother, the Archangeloi. To have his faculties granted to you, it means dealing with conscience. It means blessing everyone. It means, how do you love everyone? Everyone you walk past, just ask the Lord to bless them. That's what it means.
No.
That's a simple way of doing it. That's a simple way of... So here's that, trusting modernity, trusting this steel. Just angle this down. Oh, maybe it doesn't go that far down. Oh dear, don't look down. Oh dear.
Whoa, see, that's why you
What was I saying? Yeah, you can't, there's some things you can't do, there's some things you can't fix on your own. I think we'll just walk this way.
We found
Oops.
them.
Make sure it's still coming through first, but... Okay. Sorry, I'm just checking that this is still working, everyone. Maybe it's alright. Let me just check. Oh, that looks like... yeah, it's a bit breaking up. Come up now, so... Okay. It's sort of going alright. I need to turn the stream. There's a bit of a stream delay. There's like an 8-second delay or something. I need to turn that off. I'm going to see it straight away. I think it should be good now. Looks like it's good. Okay. I'm going to have to go to the bathroom soon. I'll have to unplug the camera. So, yeah, seems to still be working. All right. That looks crystal clear now. Okay. Here's where we are, everyone. It would be nice to go down to some of these waterfalls, but I'm not sure the signal will survive that. But there might be some stuff. That's what it looked like this morning as well. The cloud in the canyon, very nice. Looking, sounding good now. Perfect. Thanks, Radix. Radix was saying that at every spot that the author of that Orthodox book, and this is so true, because the answer to everything, it might become ad nauseum, but it's Christ. It's hesychism. It's the silence to find him at the essence and ground of the psyche. And you can talk about that and you can say that in a million different ways. But the thing is, he's supposed to be a part of all of life. Because we've cut up being with our analysis, we've cut up Christ's clothes. Because we've done that, we've separated him from life when he should be governing all of it. Therapy, of course, shouldn't be done without him. None of it should be done without him. And so really, we have to go back through all the sciences and ground it in him. That's the truth of it. And that's, in a sense, that's Hermetic philosophy. But you need orthodox people, not just the clergy, but there is vocation in everything. That he should be entering every subject. And that will become true. Over time, it will become clear that underneath primordial particles will be discovered the will. Beneath, in that, you can already see that in how observation affects reality in the double slit experiment. The ground of science is completely undermined by the paradoxes of quantum mechanics. It's a great point to undermine the foolish position of the moderns and foolish position of the physicalists. And you just have to look at the grand assemblage of different interpretations of those paradoxes of quantum mechanics to see that. But the point is, eventually will be discovered beneath that. And beneath that, the spirit itself. And so eventually all the sciences, and you can see a bit of Heidegger in this, is that a more fundamental ontology, meaning where the real, where we truly meet the real, a true epistemology, where knowing truly will have to enter every science. And so there needs to be people that write these books like Orthodox Therapy and show how people can only be healed through relationship with the divine being, Jesus Christ, and the hierarchies. So there's so much work to be done, especially with everything happening. And Rudolf Steiner also did a lot of that in his work, showing that how economics, how all these different subjects that people split off and tried to make a kind of materialistic, actually a spiritual phenomena. Economics is capital, it's temporal spirit. It's not true spirit, it's temporal spirit, but it deals with values. Capital is that. You're dealing with the spirit. And it maps, you can map it in what happens. And so, where are we? I'll just see, let me have a look at a little map and see where we are. Looks like that's still coming through for now. But I want to see where we are and where we're going to go. Okay, Pool of Siloam. Okay, well, maybe we'll go in there. If it's still coming through. Go in there. So, is that just an oval on the side? That still might be nice to walk though. Let's go this way. See where we end up. We're going to find somewhere at some stage. We might walk up to Lyra after this actually. We've got about an hour and a half to go in our stream. And we'll go find somewhere to sit down, hopefully a place with a view. And we'll try the last segment. We probably have walked longer than I expected that we will. We've been going for about 3.5 hours. But it's been pretty good. It's been pretty good. It seems like the signal has been okay. Our friends the cockatoos again. What were we saying? Christ has to enter every subject. But also we have to keep account of things that have been said by Steiner as well. As Valentin Tomberg talks about, You know, a lot of great work was done by him on the Angeloi. People didn't even consider the angels really outside orthodoxy, and he brought it more to awareness that these beings are operating. Of course, the primary relationship is with all these beings are constantly concerned with is to try help you unite with Christ. It begins with your angel, it ends with the archangel who replaces your angel as your conscience is developed more. And perhaps as that angel's replaced by an archangel, it's archangeloi, it's your mission changes, right? So your mission doesn't remain the same. It depends on how much you purify yourself, what you are to do. Of course, the prime mission and purpose of life is theosis, but you have things to do in that theosis here to help others. If you're not helping other people, you're just trying to do the union yourself. You've got to be helping other people at the same time, or what's the point? Christ helped others. He came here to save. So if you're actually becoming like him, naturally, that's what you have to do. Well, you'll want to anyway, because it's the best thing to have discovered some sort of divine will and to be able to follow it. There's nothing more meaningful. And to be endlessly surprised by things. And to be worried about something and then to have it fulfilled. You know, when your calculative intellect goes, oh, I don't know, Lord, I don't know, or whatnot, and you're worried about something, and then it's just to have it be proved again and again that you listen to these faculties and listen to him is incredible. Of course, it's still a road of spiritual development. It's contraction and expansion, contraction and expansion. That doesn't end. Like I've mentioned many times before, it's like you're a tree. As you expand on the vertical, you contract on the horizontal. As you expand on the vertical, you expand on the vertical, you contract on the horizontal. And as you expand on the horizontal, after having expanded on the vertical, because that's a withdrawal. If you're expanding on the vertical, you're withdrawing from the things of the world and you're developing more in the spirit, right? Naturally, that physical contraction leads to a lessening and lowering of the will, of the things of the world. Walking is harder when you're being purified is a very real example of that and what happens. Hopefully this is still working, everyone. Sorry I have to keep checking, but I need to make sure, or else I'm just talking at no one. Seems to be. Oh, maybe not. Hang on. That seems to be working. All right. Let's get these out of the old ears now. They've run out of battery. Although it's kind of helpful having earplugs. You don't pay much attention to the people that you're walking past or around when you're speaking. But what were we saying? It's quite a nice clearing. I'll just let you guys look at this while we talk for a bit. Quite a nice pathway. And so we were talking about the will. Yes, contraction on the vertical. Contraction on the horizontal. Contracting like a tree as you go up, and then you expand on the horizontal again like a tree, and while that remains at the same level on the vertical. Or you could even say that it goes down a bit. You experience that. It's not all candy and fairy floss. You have to go through that. Mourning. It's a holy mourning though, as I talk about in the Beatitudes lecture. You attend to the morning. In the ground, in the depths of practice, that sorrow joy of the heart, you bring your attention to it. Oh, it might be something nice up here. You bring your attention to it. And when the Philo Kalia, when they're talking about attending the heart in the depths of practice, is when you notice what is called the fire of Emmaus, the heart burning. You bring your attention to that emotive zone. You could call that an intermediate practice or advanced practice. So you're doing a concentration without effort. You're experiencing spiritual touch in the depth of silence and hesychism. And then you bring your watchfulness, your attention to the heart, which he is coming from and sending from, who is truth. And you also, like I've said before, you experience a sacral worth, a sacral gravity, that's which is what intrinsic value is. The gravity of he who is, the gravity of true essence, the gravity of the Lord. And you attend to the heart at the right time. But you know in the practice. But I'm going to do a live lecture on a more intermediate practice that talks about attending the heart, because it's a really important development of how things change. Because things emerge and things change, but nevertheless, the concentration without effort continues. But certain things happen where you they're sent. It's an object, right? It's sent, not object as in an image, but it's sent to you, towards you. The divine emotiveness, you could call it, in the depth of practice with spiritual touch, movement, which has the immediacy of touch. That's why it's called spiritual touch. And you attend, bring your attention to the heart. Valentin Tolberg describes that spiritual touch as the zone of silence, the zone of hesychism. It's something that becomes available almost at the start, right away when you start your concentration, but you'll experience that as the people that are in the fellowship have talked about. You'll experience that near the end of the practice, when you first discover what true peace and silence are. You'll experience it then. And then later, like, our understanding of peace is sort of calm, is a calm, but as the Philo Kalia says, there are different levels of peace and calm, and the top level being beatific vision, below any, even deeper than any type of pagan peace, which is key to how you learn how to discern later. And so that's attending the heart. There are so many things in the process and in the practices of the process of hesychism, that, which is also called initiation, that, oh wow, what's this? I don't know if that's a private, it must be a private. Oh wait, that might be the, what's it called? Bray's Garden Restoration. I haven't seen this one before. But yeah, it's only through the practices, the depth practices, through praying unceasingly, it's only through hesychism that you actually, so many things that the Church Fathers say make sense and begin to make sense. You go, oh, that's what they mean. That's what he means by watchfulness. That's what they mean by this. That's what they mean by that. And it aligns with everything I'm talking about, with initiation, what they're talking about. Everything I'm talking about with concentration without effort. It's just finding different ways of talking about it, because the way being was for them was also different. They have different words for things. We don't understand them in the same way. Also, we have to deal with the kind of bad meanings that get attributed to them with a more modern Christianity. Have to undo the damage that was done. That's why it's so bad. Some of this evangelism in evangelicals and charismatic Christianity and various things, that they think that all they have to do is apply their currently where modernity is, and that what they're born into, or whatever's the simplest explanation of what Jesus said is, that's it, that's what he meant. That's what he meant. You don't get it. Your being doesn't presence like it did for the church fathers. You're born into a corrupt modern being. So your surface easy understanding of what's said is likely to be wrong. So the simplest immediate thing from whatever translation you're using is likely to be wrong, because our being is almost more fallen than it was for them, because of the distractions that have come from modernity and the technical enframing. So much work needs to be done to really understand what they meant. But of course, there's also, Orthodoxy understands so well the multiple meanings of things. I want to get into that garden. I guess it's closed? Don't know. I'll have to come back here though, it's really nice. Maybe I can find it on the old sat nav. Let me look. Okay. Still seems to be working. Good times. Oh wait, what I wanted to check was where that garden is. I want to go inside. Might be too late, might be closed. Okay, well. Oh, I think it's closed. We'll come back. Let's keep walking though. And so, this town has much more than I thought it did. I haven't been down this side of it before. Goes to show you really should explore every part of it. Some of these Blue Mountains towns, I want to take a car and just explore every street. I suppose I could walk it. But, oh wow, Lone Pine entrance was erected. Yeah, this is a World War II memorial, World War I. This exit. And look at that, it goes to tell you what Australia actually is, right? Not once or twice in our Fair Island story, the path of duty was the way to glory. Although, I don't think war should be talked about in that way. I don't think war should be talked about in that way. It's just retarded. Will to power gets put into things. And really, you should just not participate in any state's war, unless it's an existential threat. I don't think World War II or World War I were existential threats to any of the nations, honestly. All our European wars, it would have just been more Europeans governing the nations. It would just be the elites who'd have to give up their power. It was an existential threat in the Crusades, that's different. That's a big threat of a fake religion. But there's lovely houses around here, friends. Look at this one. Pretty. Even down that street across the road, might be worth walking down there a little bit. Bit of dry stone wall. I don't know if we should walk back there though. Nah, let's keep going. Yeah, participating in a state's war, no way. All those wars were needlessly fought on both sides. European wars, World War I, World War II. Any type of dislike of Germany that still hangs around now, dislike of these things are all juvenile, a kind of juvenile nationalism. Like, oh, the French, oh, this sort of thing. They're all Europeans, dude. With what's happening to European countries, you're kidding, right? You're going to continue with that petty nationalism, that's called. Surface level nationalism. Yeah, those wars were just pointless. World War I, World War II, all the Napoleonic era. It would have made no difference, I don't think. Although sometimes Steiner talks about Joan of Arc, that was necessary, that was destiny, and that was Christ operating in her to help them win against the English, because their destiny, or what they were supposed to do, was to spread externally from Europe. And that's what happened. You might be right about that. And you can tell that because of, she was talking about Revelation and that sort of thing. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not right. I guess in that case, perhaps it's not a pointless war, but World War I was certainly just a build-up of pressure, of fear. It was fear that stopped it from starting to begin with, but fear inverts to something else. It becomes an impulsion to attack. It's tied up with the will to power as well. A lot of the will to power is also fear, because we're empty at our ground without Christ, without the Lord, without Providence. And so it can very quickly invert, and that only took that one assassination of the Duke to send everyone against each other. Before that, well, the fear held it at bay, but at that moment it became attack. And you can see how that's true. Fear and lashing out are very related. They're very, at least in the weak portion of the psyche, in the will to power portion of the psyche. Flight or fight response is another way of thinking about it. But the polarization is very close to itself, and it can flick over immediately to the opposite. So I want to see if there's a tea joint that might still be open that we might go and sit down there. I'm going to keep this going for another hour and 20 and get the 5 hours done that we said we were. Where are we? Oh yeah, okay. It's a left turn here then, isn't it? Le Mall. And we'll go this way. Wow, it's so nice, isn't it? How the light becomes pooled at this time of day. Just makes everything. I don't mean magic hour, I don't mean sunset. I mean when it's on an angle and the sunlight has the chiaroscuro, the contrast of darks and lights, like on these trees. It's just so beautiful. Truly, the Lord's world is beautiful. And the more it grows, the more you grow towards Him, the luster of everything grows. The luster of every sunset. That is really a great time to pray as well, sunset. Because it's, as I've talked about before in videos, it is a symbol of resurrection and death before resurrection. It's a symbol of that. But it actually happens at that time because the Lord is related to the sun. And so it's a great time to pray. A lot of the time churches are built at the top of hills. And so if you can put your path on the way home to walk past a church, Catholic church, Orthodox church, just if you find some old church, it could be any church, but mainly one of the traditional ones, consecrated ones, but if there's nothing else available, it's okay. But arrange it so you walk past it on the way home. So you start your day with prayer. In the middle of the day, once you've had your 4 hours of work, a great time to go to the depths of things and pray. And also, at the end of the day, really it kind of encapsulates everything then. It encapsulates your whole existence. You're not doing it just once. It doesn't have to be super long in the middle of the day, at the end of the day. It doesn't have to be super long. It can be short. But it's always returning to Him, returning to Him, returning to Him. Because things of the day, even when you've awakened the depth faculties, when you've awakened to this raw and intimate relationship through these faculties, still the peace of the heart does get interrupted. You still have to pray. You still have to pray for it. But doing prayer throughout the day just keeps you going back to Him and reestablishes the peace of the heart and Him. And His peace is not the same as normal peace. I'm not talking about a modern understanding of it. It's a particular thing. A particular thing. And just move out of the way. It's a deeper thing than that. Beatific. But a re-establishment of the peace of the heart. And that is what Lorenzo talks about in his book Unseen Warfare. The devil is constantly trying to breach the peace of the heart with desire, with covetous, with all these things that approach you during the day. He'll make little attacks on you. And so that's where that practice, and I know I've talked about it before, but that's where that practice of knowing, N-O, knowing and owing the things that appear, the temptations, the will to power temptations will come up. It's not you. And rather than just ignoring it, you of course do the Jesus prayer and attend to the breathing. But at the same time, know it in your mind, just a gentle, neutral no, and return to the prayer. That helps too, in a big way. And you do that in the morning, of course, as well. That's part of the practice, is that you're tempted during the morning tries to break you out of your practice. And so the no also helps there. And it prepares you for the whole day. So you're recognizing things all the time because you're constantly going to the depths, constantly going to Him. A saint described it as the devil attacks and you run up a tree. Running up the tree, or really what you're doing is you're running to the roots of the tree. You're running to Him. But yeah, it's like he describes it as running up a tree, as tigers approach. Which is truer than you know, because tigers are, and the creatures of this world are actually, really, nature is tied up with our transgression and the fall. It's fallen humanity is what nature is. So it's true enough as a metaphor. So where shall we go? Find somewhere. It's probably the places will be a bit crowded, but we'll see. All right. Put you guys in a front mode. Boom. Okay. I thought this place was quite cool last time I was here. I might jump over the street and show you. Now you probably notice on the map that we're moving away from the southern cliffs. We're moving towards where the train line is and the town is. Okay. This, I believe, they're turning into a retirement village. I think they're going to fix it up. Used to be a hotel, I think. Although maybe not, because it's looking pretty bad. Yeah, it's not looking great. The old, I think it was a sanatorium or a you know what they call these places. What are they called again? They're called retreats, whatever you call them. Something like that. Some Victorian name for them, I've forgotten. Oh yeah, yeah, I thought they were upgrading this or fixing it. It doesn't look like they are. Okay. Gonna go quiet for a bit here while we find somewhere to... Well, unless something strikes me, I'll check the chats in a sec. I'm just gonna check some of this out. Oh yeah, it looks to be just a parking area now. Yeah, it's still well and truly effed. Yeah, it's probably not worth looking at that. Let's go on. I want to sit down. Last stream, actually, we walked up this road, if you guys remember. Yeah. But what I want to read this book. That was supposed to be a segment, but we were supposed to stop at an hour and a half in, but we didn't end up doing that. I'll just have to find somewhere. Not sure where. Tourism? Looks crystal clear. This looks really good. Happy with that. Right. I go up here. We've been here before for a part of the stream. We might sit down, order something to eat, and drink, and try this segment out before we conclude the stream. Might as well. Okay. You remember this place, friends? Nice view of the mountains in the background there. It's probably a bit hard to see, but if you zoom in on the all right. Just bear with me while we go in, and we'll go sit at the gazebo if they come out there. I don't know. But hold you guys down a bit. I'm gonna have the camera in their faces. Well, maybe I'll just cover it a bit. I could do that. I'll just hold it like that. Wood panelled, my favorite. Waiting for a table. Standing by. Hey man. Can I sit down at the gazebo?
No, sorry. We don't use it as a service area.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Maybe just out the back.
Yeah. You're welcome to sit at the bar if you like. Or... Drinks out. Also, new 3 ladies.
Well, it's not a service area, but I'm going to go there anyway until they kick me out. If they don't want to serve me, they don't have to be paid. Works for me. Let's go down and sit at the gazebo then, friends. Let's see what this looks like. All right. Happy days. All right. Let's see how this works. Oh, I didn't see you there. Wow, what a view, eh? That's pretty cool. Happy with that. Happy with that. Let's get our laptop out. That's beautiful. Beautiful out there. Let's get my phone out, everyone. We're now doing what I wanted to try do before. Well, there's a few things I want to test. One is, I've got my tea there, that's what I'll drink. One is that. Yeah. One is this mirror. So I want to, I'm sorry this is probably boring everyone, but I've got some stuff to look at. I can make this higher. You can probably see more. Whoops. No, I don't need to do that. Whoops. Stand that shit. Maybe there's more to see there. See what it looks like. Oh yeah. Oh, hang on. I'll let you just go there. Nice. Nice. Okay. Let's see if this is viable. Maybe it's viable like that. Or like that. Oh yeah, that works. How does that look? Let's have a look. Book. What I want to see is whether we'll be able to that's actually probably too high now. Maybe it'll work. I know this is boring, everyone. Just let me, I have to test this. Let me look for a second. Live. Oh, man, the colour's all gone again. It'd have to be lower though, somehow. What's a good Australian dish you would recommend to someone who's never eaten Australian? Australian modern food is the same really as anywhere in Europe. It's not much different, man. We don't eat kangaroo. That sort of works. Like, I'm just saying, this is a practice for when we are going to
That's a good story.
I want to see, we bring up links and that sort of thing, as if the show was at home, and to be able to have a camera, that mirror sort of works. But now why don't we, I'm just going to read this book for a while, and then we're going to go off air, probably in about 40 minutes or 30 minutes. And so, where are we here? Steiner. The Redemption of Thinking. So we'll just start with, this is the book we were talking about right at the start of the stream. That was about Thomas Aquinas and the Redemption of Thinking. But what it really maps is the emergence of thinking itself in Aristotle and Plato, and how that's in essence redeemed or becomes redeemed. But its developments into modernity and then into Kantian thinking. It's not going to blow over that thing. But yeah, this is an excellent, excellent book, and highly recommended book. But to begin with, let's read the prayer of St. Thomas, which is relevant to thinking. Ineffable Creator, who out of the treasures of thy wisdom has appointed 3 hierarchies of angels, and set them in admirable order high above the heavens, and hast disposed the diverse portions of the universe in such marvellous array, thou who art called the true source of light and super remanent principle of wisdom, be pleased to cast a beam of thy radiance upon the darkness of my mind, and dispel from me the double darkness of sin and ignorance in which I have been born. Thou art who makest eloquent the tongues of little children. Fashion my words, and pour upon my lips the grace of thy benediction. Grant me penetration to understand, capacity to retain, method and facility in study, subtlety in interpretation, and abundance of grace of expression. Order the beginning, direct the progress, and perfect the achievement of my work, thou who art true God and true man, and livest and reignest forever and ever. Amen. That's a great prayer to give before any speaking, before any thinking of any kind. I'm sure St. Thomas gave it many times himself. Let's read the synopsises, because we're going to go back to this book over the next coming weeks when we go on these live streams. This is supposed to break up the walking around, but we're doing it at the end of the day for this. But and so here's a synopsis of the first lecture. A new approach to scholasticism by studying its historical background and its underlying impulses rather than its detailed content. The background of scholasticism was the theology of Augustine. For 800 years, the basis of Christian thinking. Living in the 4th century, Augustine came at the end of an age when the spiritual world was still a reality to man. In his search for the truth, he turned naturally to the spiritual movements of his day. First, a Manichaean spiritual, physical world outlook, and then to the profound philosophy of pure and active spirit and Platonism. When eventually he found Christianity, he interpreted it in the light of Platonism, and you might not agree with this interpretation, but this is what Stein is talking about. He regarded individual man as bound up with and involved in the fate of humanity as a whole, from whose original guilt in Adam no individual could himself escape. Well, no individual without Christ anyway. But at the same time, Augustine felt in himself the first lift of the inflowing tide of the consciousness of individuality. This contradiction awoke a deep conflict in his soul. 100 years after Augustine's death, Justinian banished the Roman Empire, from the Roman Empire, the Platonistic philosophers, the Plotinus, or the Platonistic philosophers at Athens. They were banished. As a result, the awareness of spiritual reality as a background to life and thought gradually faded in Europe. This is where Steiner's interpretation, I think, goes too far, because he considers the rest of it dogma. But this is his view, but let's read it. Let's go on anyway. As a result, the awareness of spiritual reality as a background to life and thought gradually faded in Europe, and philosophy dried up into logic. And his thesis, of course, is that Heraclitus and all these philosophers before Plato, and same with Heidegger, is that it's all inspiration. It's not Aristotelian logic. It's as inspired as the Herodotus. It's as inspired as Homer as it is for Heraclitus. It's spiritual. And so we go on. As a result, the awareness of spiritual reality as a background to life and thought gradually faded in Europe. Philosophy dried up. The only conception of the spirit world was that expressed in the dogmas of religion. Of course, but religion. He unfortunately took a bad view on the Catholic Church. That's why he has these views. He's not right about everything. He's right about a lot. In these, freedom of thought and direct perception no longer had a place. I mean, there's certain truth to that. But the Spirit was there, of course. Christ and the Holy Spirit are directing his church. With the loss of this consciousness of spirit reality, maybe at least to thinking, that's the case. With the growing sense of his own individuality, man was faced with the necessity of producing the spiritual as an abstraction from his own experience. There's truth to that. It becomes this thing that's somewhere else that we can only philosophize about. The problem of knowledge and reality became the point at issue between realism and nominalism. That's the realism of course, the archetypes, the universals. We'll go into that problem at some future stage. I don't need to talk about it now. The problem of knowledge and the reality became the point of not realism, nominalism. The question of the medieval scholastics put to themselves was this: what is our relationship to a world of which we all know is derived from concepts which can arise only out of our own experience as individuals? It was a different world from that of Plotinus and Augustine. Will we read the synopsis for all the lectures? Yes, there isn't that many. Lecture 2. After 6 centuries of theological control, philosophy began to lift its head. The Crusaders had made contact with the culture of the Eastern Empire in Byzantium, and the Arabs were bringing back Greek learning through Spain with a pantheistic version of Aristotle which challenged the Christian faith. Aquinas arose as the champion of the faith to reconcile Augustinian theology with the newly recovered Aristotelianism. He returned to objective reality of the spiritual as the background of the physical world. The teachings of Dionysus provided him with an intellectual path from the physical to the spiritual. It was only the highest levels of revelation that were not accessible to reason, but only faith. Aristotle's teaching also revealed thought as a formative spirit force working on the physical, as well as a mirror of reality. This understanding of thought as a formative spirit force within man has been almost disregarded by philosophy. And that's very true of where we are now. It's completely removed. And Steiner, actually having discovered the truth of it for himself, as the monastics know it's true, and there are lots of great Christian thinkers who have seen the essence of these things, Tom Berg as well, so it's not just saying that Steiner on his own, they've been very thoughtful about it as well. Restores to this fact its central importance. Out of this concept, Aquinas fashioned his theory of universals, not as an intellectual abstraction, but as objective, real links between the physical and the yet more real spiritual worlds. And that's true. Of course. It just requires purification to see such things. But thinking about an archetype, it only truly becomes true spirit after Christ. Because true spirit is an archetype of the ideal. That's what an angel is. An archetype, you could call it. But archetype is not a good way because it's a real spiritual being of the future. But our ideal is Christ, the new Adam. Anyway, let's go on. We don't need to go into that. 2 centuries later, the new man-born, earth-tied thinking of science arose. The new man-born, earth-tied thinking of science arose with its boundary of sense observation. Once more, a different world came into being. And you see from this, Steiner, we're not going to get the whole picture of his evolution of being. It's similar to Heidegger's. We're not going to get the whole picture of it, but how it emerges and changes for the Greeks. Before Christ, the concepts that we now experience internally were seen here, out here, with the senses. Primordial concepts disclosed themselves to the Greeks, right? They, in a sense, your separateness, in your sort of back in your head, right, was more immediate there in the world. So you're looking out at things, that was more close. Almost a mystical participation before any thought emerges anyway. But then the I emerges out of that. Of course, behind that again is the I am that I am, Christ, when nested, our I is nested in him. But you have to get through all the lies and the sin to discover him. But yeah, the Greeks saw it out there, and it slowly comes within as the I becomes more prominent. And you see that in the mythos, in the pagan mythos, shows you certain figures relate to that I. In Germanic myth, it's Thor. They saw the I, they saw it externally. The Easterners, it emerged within for them. For the Norse people, they saw it as an emergence out there in the mystical participation they had with things. They didn't have a subjective separation from the environment. But in that mystical participation, they saw it, and they had a very real connection with it because it was later on for them. For the Greeks, it was already a distant memory, their reflection of the mythos that they've got. But the pagan, the Germanics had it. They still had a leftover bit of that atavistic clairvoyance, that connection to the low spirit, let's call it. You could call it temporal spirit, or the image, really, that comes from the atom. And so that emergence of the I is Thor. They're seeing it as a being. Externally, not internally, though. And so that was the separation of East and West back then. But that's what this book does. It traces it from Aristotle into the scholastics. But yeah, lecture 3. Almost immediately after Aquinas' death, the intuitive perception of spirit reality and its formative relation to the physical died away again. Thinking was given no higher origin than man's brain. The sense world no significance beyond itself, and philosophy no basis in spirit reality. Or in a transcendent reality is another way to put it, because all this stuff is now transcendent. We can't interact with it, right? Or thought doesn't. Of course, the hesychists, of course, the church fathers have a raw experience of it. The mystics. But he's talking about thought in general, and thought for philosophy and the thinkers, the people that are defining things and analysing and synthesising. It's gone. And it is for the modern. It's gone. It's God someone out there. And so philosophy, no basis in transcendent or spirit reality. Again, this is the problem. Philosophy must be grounded in the roots, which is mysticism. It can't just be this abstraction, or else it's not connected with truth. 2 centuries later, science awoke to vigorous, sense-directed life, and philosophy sank into the anarchy of self-mistrustful existence. 6 centuries after Aquinas, materialistic science bestrode the realm of human certainty, indifferent to the bewilderment of philosophy and to the suspicion and alarm of religion. Except for a flash of intuition in Spinoza and the inspired scientific observation of Goethe, no intellectual certainty of the ever-present reality of spirit, the transcendent, that's my addition, had raised its head for the thinking world. That's my addition. At the end of the 19th century, at the moment of the triumph of materialistic world outlook, spiritual knowing, he calls it science. Every time he says spiritual science, I'm going to say Christian knowing, because you can't make a science of the spirit, and it's Christian knowing, or spiritual knowing. It's not any, and he is Christian anyway, in terms of it's all culminates in Christ. So I'm going to say Christian knowing when he says spiritual science, because that was his era. So I'm going to say that, because that's what I do when I read this anyway. And so a spiritual knowing was born at the direct experience of the scientific mind of Rudolf Steiner. Not by a mystic path, but by expansion. No, that's wrong. The person that wrote this book is wrong. No, it was by mystic. It was both. So, expansion of scientific thinking into direct supersensible perception. No, it's both. The intuition of Spinoza was proved true. The spiritual world of Plato and Plotinus became an objective experience, and the direct creative working of the form-creating spiritual power of thought into man's physical being became directly apparent. No, it doesn't happen without Christ's help, which he knows. But they've misinterpreted him when they're synopsizing the lecture. Yes, he does take a scientific approach, but it's also spiritual at the same time. And it's granted by Christ. And when you listen to all his lectures, you get a sense of that. When you actually have the true relationship that Tom Berg corrects in Steiner's areas, you realize that part, in some sense, was experienced by Steiner, but isn't articulated well enough by him. And he's a great man. I'm not doubting that. I just mean that's the part that's missing. Effort and grace, not effort on its own. But he was doing the effort and grace anyway. You know that when you know what the practices are, when you know what the faculties are, and you read how he describes them. It's just, I think people read into it and they take... for instance, I don't think people doing anthroposophy have much success, because they try to enact it just as a matter of their own will. And that's not how it works, as Tom Berg realizes, and I can tell you from direct experience, and as all the church fathers know, it's about Christ, effort and grace. And that's also what Steiner actually went through, even if sometimes he articulates it as if it's a matter of will. Anyway, let's continue the rest of this synopsis. In the spirit-informed universe, the revealed truths of Christianity become manifest as historic and objective facts. Also as mystic facts, as personal facts. Through the process. And the whole development of human thinking is seen as a divinely ordered process to the true knowledge of the spiritual nature and destiny of man and the universe. If you go towards Christ, that is. That's my reader's aside. Thus, the spiritual vision of antiquity and the intuitive insight of Thomism are proved true in the new world of Christian knowing, or spiritual knowing. In every department of human life and thought, doors to new discovery and understanding swing wide, that man, by the power of Christ within him, should lift his... He says scientific thinking. Yeah, I suppose that's true. Because that is what we have to do. Lift his scientific thinking out of its materialistic preconceptions. Because science just means knowing. His knowing thinking means you can know things. Science as a word means knowing. Out of its preconception. Because the scientific, the experimental process is not what we're talking about here. Because the experimental process, although you verify these things personally through depth practices, it can never be a generalizable thing. And that's also the way of the serpent, trying to grind something out and generalize it. But it's verified through the Lord, through Christ. Everything I'm saying and everything Tom Berg's saying and everything the church fathers say, it's not about it. The evidence is verifiable yourself. You just have to put the time in. So all the people that question, that's just this, that's just the way, atheist types, whatever. You can verify it for yourself, but you won't put the time in. If you put the time in, you'll see it's true. But the reason why it can't be a science, because it's not falsifiable to anyone. You have to actually go through the process. It's not generalizable to everyone unless they do that. It's a truth of the depths that has to be found through time devoted to it. And certainty is granted with greater certainty than the certainty of logic, because there's a certain certainty of logic that comes through if A and B, then C. If, then that. What's that philosophical thing? Is that every man is mortal? Cassius is a man. Cassius is mortal. There's a certainty there, a logical certainty. And the certainty that comes from things coming from the roots is incredible. The certainty of that is far higher, the certainty of faith, than any logic or any argument or anything can ever be. But you have to experience it to know that. So I used to be a scientific spurg, so I understand that point of view. But you have to verify it for yourself, unfortunately. And all personal certainties are granted to you through that process. The certainty, greater certainties, greater things than these shall ye see. Yeah. That man, by the power of Christ within him, should lift his scientific thinking out of its materialistic preconceptions to this direct perception of the transcendent, or he calls supersensible. I don't really like that word because it's got a bad connotation now, so I don't like mentioning it, but the transcendent becomes manifest as the Christianity of now. Now, should we just jump a bit further into the lecture? Yes. But there's some interesting details here. It's generally assumed that the relation between philosophy and Christianity was to a large extent determined by this great movement of scholasticism. This approach was revived by the direction of Pope Leo, a great pope, whose namesake is, he's the namesake of the new pope, to his, if that's the right term, to his clergy to make Thomism the official philosophy of the Roman Catholic Church. And so we're going to jump forward a little bit there. If we look at the central figure of our study, Thomas Aquinas, we might describe him as one who, in the mainstream of Christian philosophy in the Middle Ages, disappears from sight as an individual. He became, in fact, only the expression of a point of view which, while it was implicit in the whole field of world philosophy, came to its full and complete expression through him alone. Thus, when we speak of Thomism, we are considering something exceedingly impersonal, which manifests itself through the personality of Thomas Aquinas. On the other hand, when we look back to Augustine, the first and greatest predecessor of Thomism, we immediately see the picture is dominated by a full and complete personality, lacking nothing that could be present in a single individual. With Augustine, everything is personal. With Thomas Aquinas, everything is completely impersonal. In Augustine, we have to do with a man struggling with himself. In Thomas Aquinas, we have a medieval church defining its attitude to heaven, to earth, to mankind, to history. A church which, one might almost say, expressed itself as a church through the philosophy of Thomas Aquinas. Now, between the lives of these two men, there lies a significant double event, and unless it is taken into account, or consideration, I guessed it would be account, but consideration, it is impossible to understand their relationship to one another. The event to which I refer is the Edict of Justinian in 529, closing the schools of philosophy in Athens and banishing the philosophers, and his declaration of heresy against Origen in 543. Augustine's view of the world only becomes clear when we bear in mind his historical background and also realize that after his time the historical situation became completely changed, owing to the fact that the powerful influence on the Western world which had spread from the schools of the philosophy in Athens had come to an end with Justinian's edict. For although it has not always been so recognized by historians, the influence of Greek philosophy was very powerful in the Roman world and remained so right into the 6th century. Now I'll just check to make sure the stream's still going and we'll keep reading, because I'd hate to read all this and I'd hate to read all this and then it not be working. It should still be working. Oh, is it? Seems to be still working. Good. We shall continue. Where were we? Let's just have a look at that again. Sorry everyone, just give me a moment. Just want to angle this a bit further over there. There we go. Or maybe like that. Oh yeah, cool. Just want you to see a bit more of the old view. Okay. Greek philosophy, very powerful. Greek philosophy is incredibly powerful right now. The modern world is ravaged by the technicalization that comes from Greek philosophy. So it needs to be fixed. Well, it can be. That's Christ. In a way, it's one of the things Christ does. All right, onward. After it declined, Greek philosophy, and what remained of it in the subsequent stream of philosophy in the West was quite different from that which Augustine knew in his lifetime in the 4th and 5th centuries. As I've already said, Augustine was a fighting personality in the fullest sense of the word. The manner and method of his struggle will become clear to us only if we understand the exact nature of the fight. There were two problems which confronted Augustine, with an intensity of which we today, when the problems of knowledge and of the soul seem so much less vital, have really no idea. The first problem can be put thus. Augustine was striving to find the nature of that which man can recognize as truth that will really support him and sustain and fill his soul. The second problem was this: how can the presence of evil be explained in a world which, after all, is meaningless unless it has at least some element of moral purpose? How can one explain the pricks of evil in human nature which, according to Augustine's view, never cease, the voice of evil which is never silent, even if a man strives honestly and uprightly towards good? I do not believe that we can get near to Augustine if we take these two questions in the sense in which the average man of our time, even if he were a philosopher, would be apt to take them. We must look for the special shade of meaning which these questions had for a man of the 4th and 5th centuries, and you really do have to do this. You can't just read from the modern worldview. It has to be figuring out how being present to people at the time to understand what they're saying. Even the same words have different meanings. Augustine had lived in his earliest days a life of inner disturbance and dissipation. But these two questions had always confronted him. In his personal relationships, he was placed in a dilemma. For his father was a pagan and his mother a pious Christian who took the utmost pains to convert him to Christianity. At first, he could only be won to a certain seriousness of mind, which drew him towards Manichaeism, a view of the world, which we shall shortly examine. After some years, however, he felt himself more and more out of sympathy with Manichaeism, and eventually, not because he was driven by the urge of his soul or some other lofty motive, but because the whole philosophical life of the time led him that way, he fell under the sway of the school of the skeptics. This school had evolved at an earlier time out of Greek philosophy, but though it still survived in the days of Augustine, its influence had waned. It became for Augustine only an introduction to Greek philosophy. In so doing, however, it led to something which for a time exerted a very deep influence on his inner life and on the whole evolution of his soul. This new influence was Neoplatonism, but a Neoplatonism of a different kind from that which is generally called by that name in the history of philosophy. Augustine was more deeply affected by Neoplatonism than is generally supposed, and his personality and struggle can be understood only when one comprehends how deeply Neoplatonic philosophy entered into his soul. If we study accurately the inner development of Augustine, we shall find that the break was less violent in his transition from Neoplatonism to Christianity than it was in his exchange of Manichaeism for Neoplatonism. Indeed, one might say that insofar as he found it possible to be a Neoplatonist, he always remained one, but that because he was only capable of becoming a Neoplatonist up to a point, his destiny led him to the discovery of the historical fact of Christ Jesus. The transition from Neoplatonism to Christianity, therefore, was not a sudden jump, but a natural development. But what Christianity came to mean to Augustine cannot be understood unless Manichaeism is first examined. Manichaeism was a remarkable system which was opposed both to the pagan world outlook and also to the Old Testament and Judaism. Founded in the 3rd century AD in Asia Minor by Mani, a Persian, it had already become a world current of thought at the time when Augustine was growing up. It had spread through North Africa, where Augustine spent his youth, and many people of Western Europe had been captured by it. Manichaeism, however, had extraordinarily little effect on subsequent history. In defining it, it must be pointed out that the general outlook of this philosophy is more important than what can be described as its actual content. The first and most remarkable thing about it is the division of human experience into a spiritual and material side. Hang on a minute, I'll repeat that. The first and most remarkable thing about it is that the division of human experience into spiritual and material sides had no meaning for it. The words or ideas spirit and matter convey no distinction to it. It sees the spiritual in what appears to the senses as material, and what it speaks of just looking at the footnote, my apologies. What it speaks of, when it speaks of the spiritual, it does not rise above that which manifests itself to the senses. It is true to say of Manichaeism, much more so than the abstract and intellectual world of today can realize that it actually saw spiritual phenomena, spiritual facts in the stars and their courses. Kind of like what we were talking about with Greek philosophy before, the concepts being out with the things. The same thing for the Manichaeists. They saw it in the manifestations of reality. And that in the mystery of the sun, it saw a spiritual reality manifesting itself to us on earth. It conveys no meaning for Manichaeism to speak of matter or spirit separately, for to the Manichaean what is spiritual manifests itself in the form of matter, and that which appears as material is itself spiritual. And there's various reasons why this comes to a head and it is a big problem, and it explains the dualism of it as well. Therefore, Manichaeism speaks quite naturally of astronomical, and what I mean is evil and good principles. I think Manichaeism has them as two different principles, which happens naturally out of thinking matter is. But anyway, that's an aside. Manichaeism speaks quite naturally of astronomical things and world phenomena in the same way that it would speak of moral phenomena or happenings within the evolution of the human race. Thus, the existence side by side of light and darkness, which, imitating something from ancient Persia, it embodies in its philosophy, is both a physical and spiritual fact. Let me read that again. Thus, the existence side by side of light and darkness, that's basically what I was just mentioning, which, imitating something from ancient Persia, which we see in Ahriman and Zarathustra, it embodies in its philosophy is both a physical and spiritual fact. In the same way, Manichaeism speaks of the sun and its movements in the heavens as related to the moral realities and impulses in the development of mankind. It sees the relation of this spiritual, physical sun to the signs of the zodiac as the relation of the original being, the source of the world's light, to the 12 beings through whom he delegates his activities. But there was something further about Manichaeism. When it considered man, man did not appear to its eyes as we see him today. To us, man appears as a kind of climax of creation on earth. Whether we think more in a material or in spiritual terms, man appears to us as the crown of creation on earth and the kingdom of man as the highest kingdom, or at least as the crown of the animal kingdom. Manichaeism could not agree to this. In its view, that which has walked the earth as man from the beginning of history until now is but a pitiful remnant of that being which, through the divine essence of light, should have become man. Man should have become something entirely different. What had happened, it held, was that primal man, created by the power of light, as an ally in the fight against the demons of darkness, had been defeated in his fight against these demons, but had been rescued by the kingdom of light and transplanted by benevolent powers into the sun. The demons, however, managed to snatch away a fragment of this primal man who was escaping into the sun, and to form from it the earthly race of man. The earthly race, therefore, is a weaker edition of that which has been rescued from its defeat and removed to the sun during the great struggle of spirits. It was in order to lead man back to his original destiny that the Christ appeared. And through his activity, the demonic influences are to be removed from the earth. I'm well aware that even as much of this view of life as can be put into modern language can scarcely appear intelligible to us, for the whole of it comes from substrata of soul experience, which is essentially different from the present age, which is the point I make a lot as well, and even Heidegger makes philosophically. But the important part, and that which concerns us at the moment, is what I've just described. However fantastic may appear to us this Manichaeism picture of world evolution, the Manichaeans themselves did not regard it as something which could only be grasped in an abstract spiritual way, but as a spiritual fact which revealed itself to their physical eyes in what we today describe as pure sense manifestation. This Manichaean philosophy, with its principle of the spiritual material, was the first powerful influence of Augustine, and the problems connected with his personality can only be solved if one bears this in mind. We must now ask ourselves why Augustine became dissatisfied with Manichaeism. His dissatisfaction arose not in regard to its mystical content, but in regard to its general outlook. At first, he was attracted to the physical self-evidence and the pictorial quality with which this philosophy presented itself to him. But then something arose in him which refused to be satisfied with that attitude, which regarded matter spiritually and the spiritual materially. One can only rightly understand this if one faces as a real truth what has often been advanced as a theory, namely that Augustine was fundamentally more akin to the men of the Middle Ages, even perhaps to men of modern times, than he was to those men who, through their soul mood, were the natural adherents to Manichaeism. Augustine had already reached to a certain extent what I would describe as a new level in the life of the human soul. I have often pointed out what I mean by this. In our intellectual and abstract age, we always tend to see the history of any century only as the result of influences at work from the preceding century, and so on. In the case of an individual, however, it is pure nonsense to say that something which happens in, let us say, his 18th year is merely the consequence of something else which happened in his 13th and 14th year. It is very complex. Though it is still deterministic without the future, without Christ. Even though there's all sorts of depth layers to the complexity that influences you outside of Christ. But anyway, that's readers aside. That's my reading aside. For in between these years, something has taken place which springs from the profoundest depths of human nature, and which is not the result of anything that has gone before, in any sense in which one is justified in speaking of cause and effect. It is something which is universally inherent in the nature of man, namely adolescence. Now, a sudden jump of this kind also takes place at certain times in the life of humanity as a whole, and we must assume that Manichaeism lay before such a jump, and that after it there arose the attitude and condition of the soul which developed in Augustine. He found himself unable to come to terms with his own soul life unless he could rise above the Manichaean idea of the material spiritual to something purely spiritual, something fashioned entirely in the spiritual world, something far more free of the senses than the Manichaean viewpoint. Thus, Augustine had to turn away from the pictorial, perceptible world outlook of Manichaeism. And this first change in his soul was an intense experience, as we read by his own words. The weightiest, this is Augustine's quote, the weightiest and almost the only reason for error, one from which I could find no escape, was that I wanted to think of God. When I wanted to think of God, I had to picture to myself a bodily substance, for that which I believed could not exist in that form. Interesting quote. In these words, he refers back to the time when Manichaeism, with its sensory, spiritual sensory outlook, lived in his soul, and he characterizes this period of his life as one of error. He needed a point of view to which he could look up as having its foundation in the essential being of man, not in the senses and in pictures, not in the imagistic, because God is a God of essence. It's beneath that, and the things of the sense world. The true God of essence, not the false gods of existence. Anyway, that's my aside. In these words, he refers back to I'm reading what I've already read. He needed a point of view. All this struggled to the surface of his soul with an intense and overpowering earnestness. Augustine goes on to say, I asked the earth and it replied, I am not it. and all the things on earth, the earth confess the same. All the things of the senses and the experience. What was it that Augustine asked? He asked what the divine really is. What is it? What is what is? Is the primordial question of philosophy. What is what is? When you say what is, the what asks what is quiddity. It's about, when you ask what, you're asking ultimately about essence. What's beneath this? What is it ultimately? That's really the foundational question of philosophy itself, is what is what is? What is what is? What is? And it ultimately is Christ. You'll find, if you keep looking, my side is Christ. What was it that Augustine asked? He asked what the divine really is. And the earth replied, I am not it. The Manichaean reply would have been, I am it as earth, insofar as the divine expresses itself through earthly creation, which is wrong. Augustine then continued his questioning. I asked the sea and the depths and all that lives in them. We are not your God, they replied. Seek above us. I asked the sighing winds and the whole vault of heaven, with all of its inhabitants answered, and all of its the vault of heaven, with all its inhabitants answered. The philosophers who sought the ultimate nature of things in us were mistaken, for we are not God. I asked the sun, the moon, and the stars. They too replied, we are not God, whom thou seekest. Thus not in the sea, nor in the heavens. In nothing, in fact, which can be observed through the senses, was the divine to be found. In this way, Augustine struggled free from Manichaeism, and especially from that in which, especially from that in it which, from the angle of our present study, must be described as its most significant element. For in his search for a spiritual which is free from anything to do with the senses, Augustine is already standing in advance of his time. In that very era of the soul evolution of humanity, the era of the awakening of the consciousness of individuality, in which the soul had to struggle to free itself from seeing the material in terms of the spiritual, and the spiritual in terms of the material. It is in regard to this attitude towards spirit and matter that we entirely misunderstand Greek philosophy. When the Greeks speak of ideas, of concepts, when Plato speaks of them, men of today think that Plato or the Greeks give much the same meaning to ideas as we do ourselves. No. But this is not so, for the Greeks spoke of ideas as of something which they perceived in the outer world, just as they spoke of colours or sounds as percepts. That's how they experienced it. The Greek sees the idea just as he sees colour, and he always keeps that material, spiritual material attitude of soul, which does not rise to what we know as sense-free spiritual reality. They're stuck inside with the concepts. They're not, of course, Christ has to come for the true getting out. Of course, once you find the mystic depths of things, of he who is, essence, through going deeper within, through the depths of the ground of the subject, you also do it in the object. But once he's discloses himself to you, he actually does move through things. Miracles occur in reality through him, even though, as Augustine's saying, I'm not there. The mystic process is ecstasy and ecstasy. It's to the heights and to the depths at the same time. And the relationship occurs and communication occurs through also the movements of... It's one way in which communication happens also, but mainly the true thing is essential. It's deeper than of the senses. Anyway, I'll go on. And he always keeps that material spiritual attitude of soul, which does not rise to what we know as sense-free spiritual reality, which I also, of course, talk about. And, of course, the saints and everything we've been talking about today in the tradition is dealing with. It's something beneath the faculties of the everydayness of the senses. Whether we call this sense-free spiritual reality a mere abstraction or the actual content of the soul, this is an interesting footnote I'll just read, which is connected to when he says, in nothing in fact which can be observed through the senses was the divine to be found. I'll just read this footnote. This is not my footnote, but when I said that, an interesting comparison with this is the fact that when Jehovah revealed himself through Moses as the I am, he also gave the commandment, thou shalt not make thyself any graven image, nor the likeness of anything that is in the heaven above, or in the earth beneath, or in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down to them, nor worship them. This, which was 1,500 years before Augustine, was not the result of a soul evolution, it was a divine revelation in the establishment, the ground, through a direct covenant of a personal relationship with Jehovah and a whole nation, which was designed to awaken the sense of individuality in which the incarnation could take place later. It necessitated the same transcendental, supersensible, as he calls it, concept of the spiritual. Just thought that was worth reading. So now jumping back again to the Greeks and how they see things. Whether we call this sense-free spiritual reality a mere abstraction or the actual content of the soul, we need not decide at the present moment. It's certainly not an abstraction, but he's saying put it to the side for a moment. Oh, we might have gone over time. Gone over time. Let's bring this to a close, and then we'll check the chats, and then we'll say goodbye, everybody. We need not decide at the present moment. The point is that what we know as the sense-free life of the soul is something of which the Greek takes no account. He does not make a sharp distinction as we do between thinking and the outward activity of the senses. The whole Platonic philosophy must be seen in this light to be fully understood. This is so important. You've got to get back into how things were and presence to them. So important if you're reading back. So important. And most people don't do that. It's hard. It's difficult. And almost it can't really be done unless you awaken some of the faculties we've been talking about all day. He does not make a sharp distinction, as we do, between thinking and the outward activity of the senses. Imagine that, seeing these primordial concepts with things of sense. Then you get an idea of how chaotic things also were for Heraclitus and the like. Now, it is this outlook which was already fundamentally present in the whole Greek view of life. And this does somewhat get into the thinking. There is a certain Hellenism in the thinking of the Greek church. I won't go into detail on that, but the rigorous thinking of someone like Palamas, you can't really escape it sort of getting into the propositions. It's still there. So it's something we all always have to work against, this crystallization that occurs with the, wow, look at the sunset coming out. Magic hour. It is magic hour, friends. What a beautiful day it's been. As we come to a close of our reading here. But now it is this outlook which was fundamentally, of Greek, which was already fundamentally present in the whole Greek view of life that we find in Manichaeism, but coloured with a somewhat Oriental tinge, which can therefore say that in this regard Manichaeism is only a post-Christian variation with this Oriental nuance of something which already existed with the Greeks. We do not even understand that great genius Aristotle, who closes the circle of Greek philosophy. And you see when Steiner is saying this, how close he is to Heidegger, who says Aristotle is the end of the beginning. That closes the circle of Greek philosophy, unless we realize that though he had almost arrived at an understanding of abstract thought free from all evidence of the senses. He got close. But no, not close enough. Nevertheless, because he did have a theory of the spirit. Nevertheless, whenever he speaks of concepts, he still keeps within the meaning of the traditional experience, which regards concepts as belonging to the outer world just as much as sense perceptions. And so this is so true, is that for Aristotle, it's not the same as it is. Plato has a vague memory of the mythos. It's all a memory. It's still a memory for him as well. But Aristotle doesn't. But it gets to his time, it's over. He's abstracting from it. And so that's what Steiner is basically talking about there. I'll just read that again though. Unless we realize that, though he had almost arrived at an understanding of abstract thought free from all evidence of the senses, nevertheless, whenever he speaks of concepts, he still keeps within the meaning of the traditional experience, which regarded concepts as belonging to the outer world just as much as sense perceptions. Okay, he wasn't really making that point about Plato there, but he was talking about abstraction, that he almost understands abstraction, but he's still sort of connected to it. But let's read a footnote here too. There was much in the Grecian wisdom, even though confined to abstract concepts, that produced in man ideas which really made possible some understanding of the spiritual world. Yeah, this is probably, I suppose you could say that. Then that wisdom came to an end, and nothing of the spiritual world could any longer be understood with ideas that were already dying out. It is a peculiarity of Hellenism that a man of the present age can very easily have the feeling that Greek ideas are really applicable to something entirely different from that to which they are actually applied. The reason for this is that the Greeks still had the ideas which had been derived from transcendent images or imaginations, but no longer retained the imaginations themselves. The ideas were derived from them, though, for the use. This is especially striking in Aristotle. There are whole libraries about Aristotle, and everything about him is interpreted in this way or that. People even dispute as to whether Aristotle accepted reincarnation or pre-existence. It all came about because his words could be interpreted in various ways, for he worked with a system of concepts applicable to a supersensible or transcendent world, although he no longer had any discernment of that world. Plato had much more understanding of it. Therefore, his system of concepts could be worked out more exactly, but Aristotle was already involved in abstract concepts and could no longer see that world to which his thought forms originally referred. So he's got the echo of it, but he can't see it himself as a memory. Skepticism is quite a justifiable view of the world, insofar as it points man's attention to the fact that, though the mere observation of what a person can gain from the sense world and his experiences therein, through the mere observation, he can learn nothing concerning the transcendent. He says supersensible. It's just not again, that's a dirty word these days. And if one is at the same time of that opinion that one cannot apprehend the transcendent as such, one doubts the possibility of any knowledge of the truth itself at all. It was through this doubt of the knowledge of the truth that Augustine passed From this he received the strongest impulses, the bridge between the ideal and the real. And so, with that, my friends, we'll mark our place and we'll continue next week with our readings of Rudolf Steiner's The Redemption of Thinking into the thought of Thomas Aquinas, continuing with Augustine. And the first words are, with Augustine it was different. The new point of view to which mankind was gradually moving in his time was already beginning to affect the minds of certain individuals of whom he was the most prominent. And that's where we'll end it, and we'll continue it next week. But let's have a look and see. If anyone wants to say goodbye, feel free to drop through a message now, and I'll read it out. My friends. All right, everybody. It's been a pleasure. We've gone for 5 hours now. I'm going to get the train home. I don't have Chris Stoke, I don't have Australian food, like I mentioned earlier. There is no real Australian food. It's just European. It's the same styles, really, mixed together. Modern Australian is basically the same as a modern American, really. It's no different. But, all right, everybody. We're gonna say goodbye. Gifts ungiven. Hello. Good to hear from you. It's been ages. I'm reading Steiner's Redemption of Thinking, which we'll pick up next week. This is an incredible lecture series and book on the emergence of thought from Greek times all the way to Thomas Aquinas and coming into Christ. He's got another book called The Riddles of Philosophy, which tracks this evolution, which tracks this path we've been on, but into its true Christian thought. Radix, my friend, I'm glad you enjoyed the stream. Thank you for watching. I hope to see you again next time. Really good additions from you. That helped. As these things grow, there'll be more interactivity and more conversation. I also want to do streams out with other people. Hopefully, if there's will be Gift says it has. The stream's been good. Oh, very nice. Was interesting. I'm glad you found it interesting. I'd like to do these with other people as well. That'd be good. If there's later on, be able to fly around places and do dialogues with people and readings and that sort of thing. We're going to keep experimenting. I don't care what happens with the numbers on the YouTube algorithm. Who cares? We're going to keep trying new things. And so, all right, everybody, I'm going to say goodbye. I hope that was interesting. We're going to continue that reading of The Redemption of Thinking next week at a new place, live with our system. God bless you, and I'll see you next time. You can just watch that for a bit while I get this all disconnected. You can watch me for a bit while I shut this all down. While I remote into my PC at home, which is it's a complicated system. Okay, where are we here? Observe. Okay, all right, everyone. I'm going to say goodbye. It is truly magical. I'm going to go sit somewhere now and pray, and I recommend you do the same. Because it's the perfect time. See that? That glorious pink. Pink gold. Incredible. Truly is incredible. That's where we are anyway. Next week, the lectures start. Well, maybe it'll probably be next